Chapter 1146. Suyu thought about it and said, very strong. Wrong. Super strong. And that's because his current divine soul is only 1,000th of what it was when he was alive. Can you deal with a complete divine soul? I'm afraid he can still kill you 10,000 times with just a thought. If you're a deity, it's easy to destroy the divine soul after destroying the godly spirit, but you're a mortal, don't court death, run away quickly. Suyu was stern, and said, I've learned a lot. Leaving the soul dimension, the evil god's anxious voice came from behind, Brat, don't take things too hard. Mr. Su. Dulong said awkwardly. If it wasn't for Sheng Yuanshin's sudden appearance, killing the 3 youths of the bamboo garden and scaring Wucho away, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suyu opened his eyes and said indifferently, they won't dare to cause trouble for a while. Secret, let's go back to the crane deity's family. Seeing He Xianran again, she asked concernedly, how is it? The hidden danger has been eliminated temporarily, it shouldn't affect our plan. Suyu looked at He Xianran and pondered for a long time, then said, are you sure you can destroy the crane deity's godly spirit? Yes. He Xianran said affirmatively, Father's godly spirit has reached a critical point, it's much more serious than what the people expected. One time, I accidentally discovered that he had secretly executed all of his god servants. Only then did I know that his source of God was about to collapse. Divine servants were loyal servants who guarded the deity's descendants from the peak mortal fairy period. They were the deity's most trusted people, and they knew the deity's secrets the most. There was a divine servant who foresaw that something was amiss, so he made a backup plan in advance. He recorded the news of the crane deity's godly spirit's imminent collapse into 10 pieces of communication jade pendants, and hid them in different places. If the crane deity wanted to talk about him, he could threaten him with it. Unexpectedly, the crane deity killed all the divine servants in one night, and the 10 pieces of communication jade pendants were all found by the crane deity with his magical power, and then destroyed. But the crane deity didn't expect that the divine servant prepared not 10 pieces, but 11. The divine servant erased the last piece of memory from his mind, so the crane deity wouldn't know there was still a piece of information left in this world even if he searched his soul. Suyu's heart shook, and he asked, did you get the communication jade pendant? He Xianran said proudly, that's right, that divine servant has been bribed by me for a long time, so before the great calamity befell him, he also prepared a communication jade pendant and gave it to me, hoping that I can help him at the critical moment. Unfortunately, He Xianran didn't help that divine servant. In the past, the time was not ripe. Now that I have your help, I will definitely succeed. Crane Fairy said. Suyu stared at He Xianran. She had never mentioned the condition of the crane deity's divine soul, whether it was strong or weak. Being stared at by Suyu, He Xianran evaded his gaze a little. She said, don't worry, this time, the crane deity will surely be killed. Then, according to the promise, I will inherit the position of the head of the crane deity's family. Relying on the divine inheritance left by my father, it will be enough for me to become a deity in a short time. Then, I will give you what you want, and let your status in the crane deity's family cave be second only to mine. In this way, whoever in the entire Great Eastern Alliance who wants to lay a finger on you will have to consider the remaining resources of the crane deity's family first. As a deity's family, before they completely declined, no one would dare to provoke them. She still spoke ambiguously, not mentioning the divine soul at all. Suyu nodded. All right. That's it, let's start the plan. If the crane deity wasn't killed, not only would Suyu not be able to gain a foothold, but even his life wouldn't be guaranteed. This was decided when he first kidnapped He Xianran. The crane deity was heartless, and his desire to kill Suyu was especially strong. If he didn't die, Suyu couldn't survive. In order to survive, in order to gain a foothold, in order to protect Jojo, Suyu had no choice but to put all his eggs in one basket and choose to destroy the deity. 2 days later, He Xianran's injuries worsened. Suyu's vitality could only prolong her life, but it couldn't heal her injuries. 5 days later, He Xianran was dying. The crane deity showed up to investigate. His eyes were full of sorrow, but he still didn't plan to settle the score with the Jing deity. Although the people of the crane deity's family didn't say anything, All of them felt vexed. A dignified deity's daughter was assassinated, but the deity didn't dare to seek revenge. It wasn't that the crane deity didn't dare, but he didn't want to. The carnival of all gods was just around the corner. Without the Jing deity's help, the crane deity couldn't get the replenishment of his godly spirit and would die soon. So he had to endure it. Although the news that Xianran was poisoned by the extreme frigid water was concealed by the crane deity's family, the Great Eastern Alliance was full of deities. What could be hidden from them? The Jing deity's mood turned grave when he heard the news. The extreme frigid water certainly wasn't done by him, nor was it done by his people. But the crane deity didn't ask for help for a long time. The Jing deity couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that the crane deity thought it was done by him, so he didn't consider asking for help at all? The Jing deity felt it was more and more possible. If the crane deity asked for help from him, it was enough to show that the crane deity still trusted him. But now that he didn't ask for help, it would be troublesome. At the thought of that, the Jing deity was a little angry. He knew that the crane deity had also raised his vigilance against him. The carnival of all gods was just around the corner. He really didn't want a small misunderstanding to cause a qualitative change in their relationship and delay the carnival of all gods. I have no choice but to take the initiative to lend a helping hand and resolve the misunderstanding. The Jing deity sighed. He took out a bit of the extreme frigid water, handed it to his divine servant, and sent it to the crane deity's family. After a pause, the Jing deity instructed again, "This must be done openly, and let the world know that the relationship between me and the crane deity remains the same." When the crane deity learned that the Jing deity had personally sent the extreme frigid water, and in such a big way, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that the Jing deity had lent a helping hand, the crane deity was shocked. Could it be that he had misunderstood the crane deity? Although he didn't understand the reason behind it, the crane deity agreed to it gladly. Not only could he save his daughter, but he could also ease the conflict between him and the Jing deity. Why not? After the Jing deity's divine servant arrived, the news was thoroughly spread among the people. The rascal had plotted against Xianran and framed the Jing deity. The Jing deity was open and aboveboard, and gave the antidote. The happy event of a harmonious relationship between the deities had spread like wildfire among the people. Both parties were delighted. Until Xianran drank the antidote, not only did the extreme frigid water not dispel, but it became even worse. Although Su Yu tried his best to save her, and operated his vitality to sustain her breath, the extreme frigid water contained in the antidote was even more dreadful. The extreme frigid water came from the Jing deity's bloodline, and no amount of vitality could save her. At last, Xianran persevered for half a day, and passed away. The crane deity was furious. After examining Xianran's body, his face became even more gloomy. Xianran's body actually contained the Jing deity's unique extreme frigid water. Apart from the Jing deity himself, only his descendants who had inherited the Jing deity's bloodline could produce this divine water. However, his descendants had never set foot in the crane deity's cavern world, so where did the extreme frigid water in their bloodline come from? Apart from the antidote that was delivered, there was no other solution. The crane deity finally flew into a rage. He thought he had misunderstood the Jing deity, but it turned out that the Jing deity had killed his daughter in public, and deliberately let the whole world know. Now, even if the crane deity wanted to maintain the superficial relationship between the two, it became impossible. The Jing deity had shed all pretense of cordiality, and killed his daughter in public. How could they still cooperate? Their relationship, with Xianran's jaw-dropping death, had come to an end. Jing deity. The crane deity flew into a rage. He had no choice but to fly into a rage. In front of the whole world, if he didn't react in the slightest, not to mention the damage to his honor, even the slightly smarter deities would discover the crane deity's weak nature. Which one of those sanctimonious gods wasn't someone who would eat people up without spitting out the bones? Once they found out, the crane deity would be in trouble sooner or later. It was not easy to establish a foothold in the Great Eastern Alliance. How could the crane deity not have offended anyone? Once the news got out, he would immediately suffer ruthless retaliation. An invisible force of heaven and earth had pushed him to the teeth of the storm. He had no choice but to retaliate. And he had to retaliate ruthlessly, so that he could show his determination to not fear the Jing deity. Swoosh! The crane deity left angrily in front of He Shenran's body. Half a day later, the crane deity returned, covered in blood, holding a large head in his hand. That was the Jing deity's second son. The Jing deity had a total of 2 sons. One was killed by He Xianran, and there were 2 left. Now the crane deity had killed another one, and there was only 1 left. The crane deity, of course, deliberately announced this news to the world, to let people know that the crane deity was not afraid of the Jing deity. Suddenly, the whole Great Eastern Alliance was in an uproar. The Jing deity killed the crane deity's daughter in public, and the crane deity killed the Jing deity's son in retaliation. Many deities in the whole continent were watching the two quietly. Smack! In the Jing deity's family, the Jing deity flew into a rage. Crane deity, you've gone too far. Think about the price he had paid for forbearance for the sake of great things. Jing Bai was obviously killed by the crane deity's family, but not only did he pretend to know nothing about it, in order to maintain the relationship between the two, he even saved He Xianran. In the end, the crane deity used some mysterious means, and actually injected a trace of his bloodline power into He Shenran's body, and framed the Jing deity. It was no wonder that the Jing deity thought so, to imitate the bloodline power, the extreme frigid water, who could do it except the deities? Therefore, he thought, could it be that the crane deity had something to rely on, and deliberately killed his own daughter, and shed all pretenses of cordiality, so that he could settle the score with him? Thinking of this, the Jing deity suddenly felt that it was also the crane deity's arrangement that He Xianran was poisoned by the extreme frigid water in the beginning. Considering the development of the incident, the Jing deity was even more certain that this was the crane deity's plot. The crane deity must be trying to deal with him. After all, once the conspiracy between them was spread out, it would be a great catastrophe. The crane deity wanted to silence him. He thought so because the Jing deity also wanted to silence the crane deity, and after the Carnival of All Gods, he would find a way to kill the crane deity. Not long after, the Jing deity received a piece of news. Sheng Yuanxin appeared in the crane deity's family. In fact, Sheng Yuanxin only received Su Yu's message, and the news of Qin Kui's death. She came to look for Su Yu. But Su Yu was in the crane deity's family. Of course, she could only enter the crane deity's family. Chapter 1147. Crane deity. You really found a backer, and you want to kill me. The Jing deity was enraged. Who was Sheng Yuanxin? She might not be a prospective deity, but Sheng Yuanxin's mother, the Sheng deity, was the most powerful deity among the 100 deities in the Great Eastern Alliance. She could make the Great Eastern Alliance tremble with a stomp of her foot. The Sheng deity would never cooperate with a low-ranking deity like the crane deity. However, her daughter, Sheng Yuanxin, a prospective deity, was highly possible. After all, if the plan was successful, the prospective deity could gain amazing benefits in the Carnival of All Gods, and stabilize his godly spirit in advance. Thinking that the crane deity had found such a terrifying backer, the Jing deity was shocked and angry, and hesitated. He really did not want to be an enemy of the Sheng deity. However, the crane deity's arrogance made him unable to swallow his anger. The crane deity's daughter killed his son. For the sake of the big plan, he tolerated it. The enemy who killed his son was dying. For the sake of the big plan, he was ashamed of his son's spirit in heaven, and helped the enemy. However, the crane deity was not grateful, but framed him, and used it as an excuse to kill another of his sons. He wanted to kick him out of the big plan. Not only did he kick him out, but he also provoked him on purpose, and wanted to start a war, and kill him. The Jing deity was filled with grief and indignation. He felt that he had been extremely benevolent to the crane deity's family, but the crane deity was too hateful. Crane deity, you piece of **t. At this moment, the divine servant who returned from the crane deity's family came to report. Jing deity, someone asked me to pass this communication jade pendant to you. The divine servant was uneasy. The Jing deity was in a rage, and he still had the leisure to look at the communication jade pendant. Even if it was the crane deity's message, he didn't want to hear it. However, He still asked casually, "Who is it?" "Su Yu." "Him?" The Jing deity raised his eyebrows. He had almost forgotten about this brat. He thought the crane deity had already killed him, and he didn't expect him to still be alive. He didn't have any feelings for Su Yu, nor did he like him. Su Yu had plotted against a deity openly, which made him feel uncomfortable. "How dare you bring a mere mortal's jade pendant in front of me? Get lost." How could the Jing deity talk to an ant like Su Yu? The divine servant clenched his teeth and said, "Su Yu said that if the Jing deity is unwilling to accept it, he should tell the Jing deity that he can help you out of your predicament." "Him?" The Jing deity sneered. How could a mere mortal resolve the matter between the gods? However, as she thought about how Su Yu was skilled in scheming, even though she was disdainful, she still took the jade communication pendant into her palm and activated it with a cold smile. This jade pendant was an instant communication jade pendant that could communicate through space. He was sneering when his face suddenly stiffened. He heard a soft and weak voice coming from the other side. "Hey, I didn't expect you to really be able to contact the Jing deity." "Oh, crane deity, I'm Sheng Yuanshin. I have something to discuss with you. The journey is long, so I can only communicate with the deities in this way." In a secret chamber of the crane deity's family, Sheng Yuanshin was a little surprised. Su Yu informed her that there was news of a case, but it turned out to be related to Jing Bai. Because Jing Bai had also been to Zhou, and Jing Bai was the Jing deity's son, the Jing deity might know something. Unfortunately, Sheng Yuanshin couldn't contact the Jing deity directly. After all, she was just a prospective deity, and there was still a long way to go before the deities. She couldn't meet the Jing deity whenever she wanted to. Su Yu volunteered to contact the Jing deity. As a result, she didn't know what he said to the divine servant of the Jing deity, who was about to go back to report, and he really brought the jade communication pendant to the Jing deity. Sheng Yuanshin heard from Yang Tai many times that Su Yu was an extremely intelligent and meticulous person. She didn't believe it at first, but now she believed it a little. The Jing deity was shocked when he heard it was Sheng Yuanshin. Wasn't Sheng Yuanshin conspiring with the crane deity? Why did she suddenly come to me? He stopped sneering and said gently, "Su Yu is a junior that I think highly of, and I allowed him to contact me at any time." The divine servant below rolled his eyes when he heard that. He just called Su Yu an ant. "Oh, I see." Sheng Yuanshin rolled her eyes at Su Yu secretly. No wonder he could communicate with the deities. With such a relationship, what's so difficult about it? It seemed like Yang Tai's evaluation still had to be questioned. "Niece Yuanshin, what's the matter?" The Jing deity was very polite. Sheng Yuanshin said, "I want to ask Jing deity if you know anything about Jing Bai's trip to Zhou." About this, the Jing deity was disappointed. He had a faint hope that Sheng Yuanshin would turn around and give up on the crane deity, and cooperate with him for the carnival of all gods. Oh, Jing Bai was carrying out a mission in that area, and was coincidentally summoned by Xianran. "As for what I know, I don't," the Jing deity said. How could he know what happened at that time? He didn't even know how his son was killed. But Su Yu's voice came from the communication. "Crane deity, this is a serious matter, and it may involve several high-ranking deities." Sheng Yuanshin was secretly shocked. When she investigated Qin Kui's case, she did find several high-ranking deities involved in the case. Qin Kui shielded the demon race, and there was a deity's instruction. How did Su Yu know? Sheng Yuanshin looked at Su Yu in surprise. What Yang Tai said was true. This man was extremely smart. Without investigation, he deduced that high-ranking deities were involved. But this sentence was like thunder in the Jing deity's ears. Wait, high-ranking deities? How can there be any high-ranking deities whose son is dead? The only thing is that the Sheng deity also participated in the carnival of all gods. Is Sheng Yuanshin hinting at me? The Jing deity's mind became active. Niece Yuanshin, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand, the Jing deity said tentatively. Sheng Yuanshin heard the Jing deity vaguely knew something from his tone. She said sternly, "Jing deity, you really know the inside story. This is a serious matter, And I hope Jing deity won't tell anyone about my conversation with you today until the truth comes to light. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous for both you and me." The Jing deity was shocked. It was really the carnival of all gods. Wasn't he the one who knew the inside story? He was a little excited, but he pretended to be calm. "Niece Yuanshan, you mean," Sheng Yuanshan said seriously, "about this matter, my mother also knows about it. From now on, I hope Jing deity can cooperate with me. With my mother's protection, you can rest assured and cooperate with me." What? The Jing deity's heart was pounding. Sure enough, the Sheng deity was involved in this matter. Moreover, the Sheng deity was partial to the Jing deity and hoped that he would cooperate with her daughter. "Niece Yuanshan, rest assured, this matter will be known by the heavens, the earth, you, me, and Su Yu. Apart from this, I will not say a word about it." The Jing deity was extremely excited. Sheng Yuanshan nodded. How serious was it to cover up the demon race? The deities involved were also very powerful. If they knew in advance that a group of people was investigating them, she was afraid that it would be very dangerous. "Okay, please don't make it public for the time being. When it is needed, please help me. My mother will protect you," Sheng Yuanshan said. In the future, she would need witnesses to expose those deities. The Jing deity's fearlessness really touched Sheng Yuanshan. She secretly thought that the Jing deity was said to be cold and heartless. It turned out that he was such a selfless person. The Jing deity laughed. "Rest assured, when the time comes, I will definitely lend niece Yuanshan a helping hand." After hesitating for a moment, the Jing deity's eyes revealed a hint of ruthlessness. "Then, what if someone obstructs us and wants to expose this matter and endanger our safety?" Sheng Yuanshan was shocked. She said, "Kill without mercy. This matter is very serious, it must not be leaked." Upon hearing this, the Jing deity was greatly relieved. The Sheng deity had given up on the crane deity. "That's all for now. Please destroy the communication jade pendant immediately to prevent others from knowing about it," Sheng Yuanshan said at last. Then, she crushed the communication jade pendant in her hand with a solemn look. The Jing deity put down the communication jade pendant and destroyed it immediately. He praised with a smile, as expected of the Sheng deity's daughter, "You are very quick-witted." The divine servant was dumbfounded. What did Su Yu give the Jing deity that made the Jing deity, who wanted to eat people just now, become like this? Ha ha ha. The Jing deity stood up and laughed heartily. "Crane deity, oh crane deity, I bet you didn't even dream that the Sheng deity chose me. And you, here. I have tolerated you for a long time." The divine servant's face changed slightly. "Jing deity, what are you going to do?" The Jing deity sneered. "To avenge my son, of course. Jing Bai is a nobody, but my second son was killed by the crane deity and announced to the world. If I don't avenge him, won't I become a laughingstock?" Moreover, the Sheng deity had instructed him to eliminate the hidden danger, the crane deity, to prevent the news from leaking. What else did he have to fear? With a thought, the Jing deity appeared at the border of the two regions. He glanced at the army in the Jing deity's cavern world who was training. He thought to himself, "Hey, this Su Yu is quite good at handling affairs. Listen to my command, the crane deity killed the descendants of our deities. All troops, follow me into the crane deity's cavern world to seek justice." In the crane deity's world, the crane deity was on tenterhooks. He killed the Jing deity's second son, which deterred some deities who had ulterior motives. But what about the Jing deity? He really didn't want to confront the Jing deity head-on. Therefore, he only killed his son, not the Jing deity. I hope the Jing deity knows when to advance and when to retreat. Otherwise, I will have to fight. The crane deity was pacing when an urgent message from the border arrived. The Jing deity led the army and entered the territory. Crack! The crane deity smashed the stone table in front of him. Divine light flickered, and he was extremely furious. As expected, he arranged the army at the border just for this day. The crane deity laughed miserably. "Jing deity, oh Jing deity, why are you treating me like this?" At first, the crane deity secretly hurt his Yanran to infuriate him. For the sake of the big plan, the crane deity endured it. Even though he felt sorry for his daughter, he gritted his teeth and endured it. Then, he murdered her openly in front of the whole world, forcing him to resist. He had to kill the Jing deity's son to take revenge. In the end, the Jing deity used this as an excuse to attack the crane deity's cavern world. Jing deity, oh Jing deity, I can even sacrifice my daughter, but you have to force me to this point. Are you trying to kill me? The crane deity showed a ferocious and hateful expression, and bellowed, "Pass down my order, the soldiers in the crane deity's cavern world, follow me to fight." Under everyone's gaze, an all-out war broke out in the two great deities' cavern worlds as expected. The Jing deity came prepared, the crane deity fought in haste, and the army retreated step by step. Within 2 months, the Jing deity was about to attack the crane deity's family. For a moment, everyone in the crane deity's family felt insecure and perturbed. Only Su Yu, the instigator of all this, was practicing the dragon form technique leisurely. Chapter 1148. Outside the secret chamber, Julong stood up and said, "Mr. Su, the battlefield is dangerous, let me keep you safe." Su Yu nodded. Julong followed behind Su Yu, a strange light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The crane deity stood in the sky, his eyes full of grief and indignation. The Jing deity was ruthless and merciless. Now, the two armies were facing each other outside the crane deity's family, and the crane deity had no way out. Looking at the leisurely Jing deity from afar, the crane deity said with grief and indignation, "Jing deity, do you really want to be so cruel?" The Jing deity sneered, "Am I not learning from you? Since you are the third, why don't I be the 15th? The Jing deity mistakenly thought that the crane deity was using the power of the saint deity to kill him, but now he was using the power of the saint deity to kill him. But the crane deity thought that he had killed the Jing deity's son, and the Jing deity was seeking revenge because of that. The crane deity was even more furious when he mentioned it. It was clearly an overt plot, but the villain was the one who brought it up first. At this point, the crane deity had no more hope. "Jing deity, you will pay the price for killing me." The Jing deity was a little hesitant. As a fellow deity, it was not a little difficult to kill him. Suddenly, the Jing deity caught a glimpse of Su Yu, who was above the crane deity's family, and the other party cast a cold glance at him. The Jing deity glanced around and did not see Sheng Yuanshan. He thought to himself, could Su Yu be sent by Sheng Yuanshan to supervise? After all, Sheng Yuanshan had allied with the Jing deity in front of Su Yu. Without hesitation, the Jing deity sneered, "How long do you think you can jump around? With the saint deity's will, even if the Jing deity did not attack, other deities would kill him. Come on then." The crane deity yelled. He had no way out, and could only clench his teeth and charge forward. The Jing deity dared not be careless, and used all his strength. The divine power emitted by the two deities shook the two cavern worlds as if they were on the verge of collapse. The heaven and earth changed colors, as if the world was about to shatter. The infinite divine power suppressed the creatures of the two worlds. The apocalyptic sense of panic surged in everyone's heart. However, this feeling only lasted for a while, and a tragic cry was heard, and the entire crane deity's cavern world was raining golden blood. That was the crane deity's blood. The crane deity perished, his godly position crumbled, and his body transformed into a rain of blood that descended upon the crane deity's cavern world. The whole world was filled with great sorrow, and the light of the world suddenly dimmed. This was the sign of a cavern world beginning to decline. In the sky, the Jing deity's figure appeared, and there was a hint of surprise on his face. He had expected that he would have a great battle with the crane deity, but the reality was that the crane deity couldn't even withstand a single blow from him, and more than half of his divine body was directly shattered. Looking at the rain of God's blood falling from the sky, the Jing deity said in a daze, "The divinity is so weak? Wasn't the crane deity too weak when he was alive?" Su Yu looked at the rain of divine blood. He didn't even have the mood to collect the divine blood. The divine blood was too weak. As expected, the crane deity was already a spent force. Next, it was up to his Yanran. The crane deity's spirit carried a ball of God sauce and fled back to the forbidden area of the crane deity's family, the crane deity's secret cultivation chamber. The secret chamber was filled with multicolored divine objects. Those were collected by the crane deity over the years, and were used to replenish his god source. After replenishing some divine objects, the crane deity's god source strengthened a little, and was barely preserved. As long as he recuperated and strengthened his god source, he could condense a divine body again. Jing deity, I want you to die a horrible death. The crane deity took a deep breath, and his whole body trembled. All of a sudden, the crane deity's face changed. The god source in his arms became unstable rapidly, and gradually turned from golden to pitch black, and finally exploded with a bang. His last trace of god source was destroyed. Losing the god source was equivalent to losing the position of a deity, and he could never become a deity again. Who is it? The crane deity went berserk, and his divine soul's face was hideous, as if it was about to devour someone. He looked at the divine objects that he had eaten abruptly, and among them was half of a divine herb. Wisps of white scent remained on the divine herb, which was odorless and tasteless, and could hardly be detected even if he sensed it carefully. Moreover, he was in a panic just now, and had only taken a cursory glance. The god-destroying poison of the poison deity? The crane deity's face was as gloomy as water. Apart from the divine servants, nobody knew the way to open his secret chamber, not even the people closest to him. However, the divine servants were killed by him. Who else knew the way to enter the secret chamber? With a creak, the secret chamber was opened from the outside, and a familiar figure walked in. Father, how does the god-destroying poison taste? The dead Xianran appeared in front of Su Yu. The crane deity's face changed dramatically. No, impossible. How did you come back to life? A deity's descendant couldn't sign a deity's contract. Death was death, and there was no possibility of resurrection. Father, you're very disappointed, aren't you? Xianran sneered. The crane deity said, Xianran, did you put this poison? Of course, you've been keeping an eye on the people, and you'll know immediately if anyone approaches the secret chamber. However, I'm already dead, and you didn't pay attention to me, so I could enter your secret chamber and leave the poison on your most precious divine object. This was the reason why Xianran had to die once, not only to ignite the conflict between the two deities, but also to avoid the crane deity's arrow. The crane deity was a mean and heartless person, and never trusted his own people. Everyone was under his surveillance, including his most beloved daughter, Xianran. The crane deity's face revealed a stern expression. I've been so good to you, and you, good. You're only good to yourself, aren't you? You can give up anything for the godly spirit. Xianran interrupted him mercilessly, and took out a black palm-sized furnace with a flip of her palm, and said with a cold smile, Father, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The crane deity's face changed dramatically when he saw the jade bottle. The demon clan's treasure, the soul-refining furnace? You want to refine my divine soul into a tonic to help you become a deity? The soul-refining furnace was an extremely rare treasure of the demon clan. It could refine the souls of all living creatures in the world, and refine them into precious soul liquid. The higher the level of the soul, the more powerful the soul liquid. After swallowing it, one could obtain everything that the soul had when it was alive, including its lifetime comprehension. Especially if they had the same bloodline, the effect of the soul liquid would be more powerful. If Xianran swallowed the divine liquid refined by his divine soul, she would inherit his divine path. As long as there were no accidents along the way, becoming a deity was only a matter of time. In order to get your divine soul, I used Su Yu to find ways to destroy your body. I'm afraid he still doesn't know the magical effect of the divine soul, does he? Xianran licked her lips. The crane deity smiled sadly. Su Yu, he had long felt that there was a mastermind behind everything, but he didn't expect it to be Su Yu. So, the battle between me and the Jing deity was all planned by him? Xianran nodded. Yes, it was him. Speaking of which, I really admire him. Who would have thought that the plan with less than a 10% success rate could really succeed according to his calculations step by step? He is really a terrible person. Su Yu. The crane deity was full of remorse. He had long felt that this person was a threat, and had tried to kill him several times, but it was delayed every time. He didn't expect that he would end up in this state because of him, Suyu. The crane deity hated him to the core. But he hated his daughter even more. After all, without He Shenran's betrayal, how could an outsider like Suyu plan the overall situation? Besides, it was his daughter who killed him in the end. Sigh, father, the last thing you should have done was to make an enemy of Suyu. He Xianran sighed and opened the soul-refining furnace. The crane deity wanted to avoid it, but the soul-refining furnace was specially prepared for souls. The crane deity had nowhere to run and was sucked into the furnace. In despair, the crane deity roared ferociously, "My good daughter, you won't have a good ending either. Suyu is such a dangerous person, you can't control him." "I know." He Xianran stroked the hair near her ears, and revealed a soul-stirring, cold smile. "So, I've killed him, and Julong, who followed him and protected him, is already here with his dead body." Bang! However, right at this moment, the door of the secret chamber was opened, and a dead body was thrown in. Who else could it be but Julong? Julong? He Shenran's beautiful face changed. Impossible, how could Suyu kill Julong? Besides, apart from Julong, I also arranged for the strong men of the family to receive him. Even if Julong couldn't be killed, there would be other strong men to kill him. Why didn't they send a message to us when Julong was dead? Thump, thump. Two slightly heavy and clumsy footsteps were heard, along with a cold sneer. Because, it's the young master of the crane deity's family who ordered them. How dare they disobey the young master's order? There were only 2 young masters of the crane deity's family. He Jinghong was still imprisoned. Under He Shenran's special care, his cultivation was destroyed, and he was reduced to a useless person. The remaining one who could kill Julong and command the crane deity's family was only He Ruchu. He Ruchu, the most useless and despised second young master of the crane deity's family. He Xianran looked incredulous. Why did you do that? Haha, of course, I asked him to do that. A light laugh came from outside the house. He Shenran's delicate body trembled violently, and her eyes were full of panic, as if the initiator of her plot had been seen through. You already knew that I sent Julong to kill you? Of course I knew, he could even kill his father, let alone an outsider like me. I don't think Miss Xianran is a soft-hearted person, Suyu said lightly. He Xianran stared at Julong's dead body. I don't believe it, who could kill Julong? Even my eldest brother is much weaker than him. Could it be that you have colluded with others? Why do you need to collude with others? Your second brother could easily kill Julong, couldn't he? Suyu showed a pitiful smile. What? Second brother? He Xianran looked incredulous. Impossible, his strength is weaker than mine. The next moment, He Shenran's voice stopped abruptly, because He Ruchu released the aura of the peak mortal fairy. Chapter 1149. In fact, the crane deity had another son with excellent qualifications. Unfortunately, he died one day outside, and the reason was still unknown. Only He Ruchu knew it was done by his elder brother and sister. Because of this, the crane deity knew it was them, but he did not investigate further, and it became an unsolved case. Therefore, He Ruchu endured, pretended to be stupid, and hid his cultivation all the time, just to save his life. Until Suyu appeared and gave him this opportunity to show himself. He Xianran was shocked. It turned out that the trash of the crane deity's family was the most outstanding person. She fixed her eyes on Suyu. You knew my second brother hid a very strong cultivation? Suyu nodded his head. Yes, when he passed me the note that day, I knew it. He didn't attract the attention of the 4 peak mortal fairy guards. Then, he passed the note to me quietly. I knew your second brother was a hidden strong man in the world. I am afraid there are few peak mortal fairies who can compete with him. Unfortunately, he is the most worthy successor of the crane deity's family. He Xianran failed to plot against Suyu, and was plotted against by Suyu. Suyu would not let her go. He Shenran's eyes flashed, and she said, Second brother, the fight for the position of God is between you and me. Why do you want to help Suyu? Kill him, and only you and I will be left. However, He Ruchu did not move, but just sneered. it is very simple. Suyu has made a plan with me to help me become the new generation of crane deity. That is why I am helping him. What a joke. What qualification does he have to help you become the crane deity? Xianran sneered. Suyu did not speak, but released the breath in the 9-jade spiritual pearl. A trace of deity's breath suddenly came, and at the same time, the elegant voice of a reserved goddess came. I guarantee it, how about it? Xianran felt the breath, and gasped, Deity. You have a deity by your side. No wonder Hiruchu believed him. With a living deity, anything was possible. The crane deity's family will fall sooner or later without a deity, but with Suyu and that deity guarding, I believe the rascals will not dare to disturb. Give me enough time, how difficult will it be to become a god? Hiruchu was very confident. Xianran was not willing to give up, and continued to sow discord. You are silly. In that case, wouldn't you become a puppet under Suyu's control? There's no guarantee that he won't go back on his word and kill you, Hiruchu said indifferently. So what if it's a puppet? He needs to attach himself to the crane deity's family, and I need to rely on his strength to slowly become a deity. Even if I become a deity, I won't be able to pose a threat to him. It's beneficial for both sides to cooperate, and there's no contradiction or conflict. In just a few words, he had clearly stated the interests of both parties. His mind was exceptionally intelligent. Looking at his sister in front of him, Hiruchu extended a finger and tapped the space between her brows. He then said calmly, What you said to our father wasn't wrong. You shouldn't make Suyu your enemy. Originally, the person he wanted to support was you, but your ambition was too great, so he gave me a chance. Rest in peace, sister. Don't try to be smart in your next life. Pucci, a wisp of mortal fairy's strength pierced through Shenran's body and soul, killing her instantly. Hiruchu grabbed the soul-refining furnace and said with a complicated expression, Father, don't you have anything to say? You've seen the situation outside, haven't you? In the soul-refining furnace, the crane deity's bitter laughter came after a long time. What are you talking about? The daughter I loved the most betrayed me, and the son I despised the most is so outstanding. I was blind, what else can I say? Now that things had come to this, nobody would let go of the crane deity. Ruchu, activate the soul-refining furnace, I'll give you everything I have. I hope you can become a deity, and the crane deity's family is in your hands. A dying man's words were kind. However, Hiruchu shook his head. The inherited deity's position is too weak. Even if I become a deity, my strength will be far beyond that of a deity who became a deity independently. You were the weakest among the 100 deities. If I inherit your position, my strength will only be weaker, and that's not what I want. I'll find my own divine path. The crane deity was surprised. He had never thought that his son, whom he had never loved, would be so ambitious to become a deity independently. Among the 100 deities today, how many of them became deities independently? Most of them inherited the deity's position from their ancestors. Haha, my son is so ambitious, I have no regrets even if I die. The crane deity heaved a sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, the crane deity looked at Suyu and said, Can you really assist my son wholeheartedly? Won't you have ulterior motives? He had fallen from the deity's position, and the crane deity's family was in danger. Only Suyu and the deity behind him could protect the crane deity's family. Now, he was the one asking Suyu for help. What good will it do me if I have ulterior motives? Can I, a human, take over the crane deity's family of the demon race? Even if you agree, will the people of the crane deity's family agree? Will the creatures of the cavern world agree? I'll leave the crane deity's family sooner or later. Upon hearing that, the crane deity fell silent. Indeed, as a human, Suyu couldn't seize the crane deity's family. Then, how could Suyu assist his only promising son, Hiruchu, with peace of mind? After a moment of contemplation, the crane deity's voice was firm, as if he had made some kind of decision. Fine, give my assistant a hand then. An extremely strong will was emitted from the soul-refining furnace. That was the will of a deity. Even the soul-refining furnace couldn't withstand it. The will rushed out of the crane deity's family and descended into the crane deity's cavern world. All the creatures that belonged to the crane deity's cavern world prostrated and trembled under this will, worshipping respectfully, their hearts filled with grief. Heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, all emitted a sorrowful aura, all looking up at the heavens in the unseen world. My last will, firstly, the second son, Hiruchu, shall inherit the position of the crane deity's family master, and all the people of the family shall assist Hiruchu. Secondly, Suyu shall be the regent of the cavern world and take charge of everything on my behalf. From the lowly ants to the descendants of the deity, all shall obey my orders. I shall bestow upon him the divine name. Feather Deity. This is my last will. Those who disobey shall bear the curse of the deity and be consigned to eternal damnation. In an instant, the will was divided into billions of parts and submerged into the bodies of every living creature. Imperceptibly, they seemed to have an invisible shackle, and once they disobeyed, they would suffer a backlash. The Jing deity felt the will and was secretly surprised. Is the crane deity crazy? Why let Suyu take charge of the cavern world on his behalf and become a substitute deity? Putting aside the crane deity's hatred for Suyu, handing the entire cavern world to an outsider wasn't right. However, the Jing deity didn't stop it. After all, it wasn't a bad thing for the cavern world to fall into the hands of his own people. The creatures of the cavern world worshipped together and obeyed the will of the deity. Even the experts of the crane deity's family prostrated and worshipped after the shock, not daring to disobey. In this way, Suyu became the nominal and actual deity of the crane deity's cavern world. Feather Deity. Suyu stood in the same place, looking calm, but his heart was in turmoil. After staring at the soul-refining furnace for a long time, Suyu sighed deeply. The crane deity is so bold. With the will of the crane deity, how could Suyu simply assist Hiruchu? Obviously, he had become a substitute deity, which was equivalent to handing over the entire cavern world to Suyu. The intention of this move was also the crane deity's good intention. Now, in the world, only Suyu and the deity behind him could protect the crane deity's cavern world. Therefore, he wanted to give Suyu a title and bind him. If the crane deity's cavern world was in trouble in the future, could the feather deity, as a substitute deity, stay out of it? The answer was no. When Suyu reaped great rewards, he also received corresponding responsibilities. The enemies of the crane deity's family would certainly see Suyu as a thorn in their side, and these enemies would be transferred to Suyu. It was hard to say whether he would gain or lose. Alright, this is all I can do for you. Activate the soul refining furnace, and you can make an expert out of the refined soul liquid. Although the hope of becoming a deity without my bloodline is slim, it won't be difficult for you to cultivate to the peak of the mortal fairy in the future. However, to the crane deity's surprise, he asked, "Why should I kill you? You want to let me go?" The crane deity was surprised. Suyu shook his head. No. A divine soul was too powerful for Suyu to control. You can live, in another form. What form? Artifact spirit. The crane deity fell silent and said resolutely, "Forgive me, I can't promise you that. If I am an artifact spirit that will never be free, I might as well die here. When my strength grows to the point where you can't touch me anymore, I can let you go," Suyu said. The crane deity still shook his head. Ha ha. I'm a deity, after all. How can I face being reduced to the weapon spirit of an immortal artifact? I'm talking about an emperor-based saint artifact, Suyu said calmly. The crane deity was taken aback. You have an emperor-based saint artifact? There was once a deity's soul that volunteered to become the soul of a replica of an emperor-based saint weapon, hoping that one day when the replica was upgraded to a real emperor-based saint weapon, the divine soul would be nourished and become a deity of a higher level. However, for a replica to become a real one, alas. I meant it literally, Suyu said calmly. The crane deity was taken aback. Are you talking about a genuine emperor-based saint artifact? What do you think? Suyu asked. Hiruchu looked at the two of them, then left tactfully. He didn't think it was a good idea to stay here and look at Suyu's emperor-based saint artifact. However, knowing that Suyu had an emperor-based saint artifact still shocked Hiruchu. There were only 10 Emperor-based saint weapons in the alliance of 100 gods. Shua, starlight swirled around Suyu's right palm, emitting a brilliant Milky Way radiance. Buzz, 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 the soul-refining furnace vibrated abruptly. The crane deity inside said in an excited and horrified voice, Emperor-based saint artifact, Milky Way star sand. The 21st Emperor-based saint artifact. Yes, do you want to be an artifact spirit? I do. Let me be an artifact spirit. Before the crane deity answered, the excited voice of the tree goddess came from the 9-jade spiritual pearl. I can warm your bed and give birth to little monkeys for you. Please let me be an artifact spirit. Suyu's mouth twitched. Get lost. I am a goddess. Warming your bed and giving birth to little monkeys for you. Isn't that enough to satisfy a man's sense of conquest? Are you proud of being a bandit leader? Of course, he didn't think the tree goddess really wanted to be an artifact spirit. Only a divine soul that had lost its divine position would choose to be an artifact spirit. However, their choice was usually only a top-grade fairy artifact. Those who were lucky would choose an emperor-based saint artifact. The day before yesterday, 6 repetitive chapters appeared on the internet. After discussing with the editor, we decided to revise some of the chapters. In this way, the readers who have subscribed to the repetitive chapters don't worry, because I have filled in the new content of today's update in the 6 repetitive chapters. Since you have subscribed, you don't need to spend extra money to read the next 6 chapters starting from chapter 1145. This is the website's protection for the interests of the original readers. The readers who have bought the book can read the 6 chapters for free. However, after the revision, the readers who have bought the book might not be able to read the 6 chapters. This is because of the cell phone's cache. I have revised the 6 chapters, but you can't read it. There are 2 ways to solve this. The first is to clear the cell phone's cache. After that, you can log in to QQ or read it on your reader. The second way is to delete the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron from the bookshelf if you don't know how to clear the cache. Then, you can download the book again. Then, you can read the updated chapters. Chapter 1150. The day before yesterday, there were 6 repetitive chapters on the internet. After discussing with the editor, we decided to revise some of the chapters. In this way, the readers who have subscribed to the repetitive chapters don't have to worry, because I have filled the 6 repetitive chapters with today's new content. Since you have already subscribed, you don't need to spend extra money to read the next 6 chapters starting from chapter 1145. This is to protect the interests of the original readers. Those who have purchased the book can read the 6 chapters for free. However, those who have purchased the book might not be able to read the 6 chapters after the revision. This is because of the cell phone's cache. You can't read it after I revised it. There are 2 ways to solve this. The first is to clear the cell phone's cache. After that, you can log into QQ or a reader to read it. The second is to delete the Divine 9-Dragon Cauldron from the bookshelf if you don't know how to clear the cache. Then, you can download the book again, and you will see the updated chapters. Dear readers, please tell each other when you see it. If those who have purchased the repetitive chapters still can't read the updated content, please contact me in the book review section. I will answer them one by one. I promise you won't waste your money. Below is the text. It was really a great achievement to get an emperor-based saint artifact. It was not difficult to recover his godly spirit after thousands of years of nourishment with the power of the emperor-based saint artifact. Besides, if the grade of the emperor-based saint artifact was not low, he could step into a higher level of deity. As a dying deity, it was not easy for the crane deity to find a replica of the emperor-based saint artifact as the artifact spirit, let alone a real one, not to mention the one ranked 21st. In the Great Eastern Continent Alliance, the highest grade of the emperor-based saint artifact was ranked more than 1000. The crane deity didn't even dare to think about ranking 21st. I'm willing. The crane deity agreed immediately. His voice was filled with ecstasy. His resentment towards Suyu vanished instantly. This was 100 times better than his situation when he was at the end of his rope. Suyu nodded. He opened the soul-refining furnace and released the crane deity. Then, He opened the Milky Way star sand and let the divine soul of the crane deity enter it. With the addition of a soul, Suyu felt the Milky Way star sand was more spiritual. Suyu. Master. The crane deity was a little embarrassed as he had just become an artifact spirit. I need 2 months to integrate myself into the sacred artifact, so that I can become a real artifact spirit. Suyu nodded. Master, there seems to be some sort of restriction within the saint artifact. After a while, the crane deity said, if you don't break the restriction, I'm afraid you won't be able to refine this emperor-based saint artifact, and if it's seized by the enemy, it'll belong to someone else. Suyu said, yes, I know. I need to meet someone. When Tianjizi had given the Milky Way star sand to Suyu, he had stated 2 conditions. First, kill Blood Emperor. This mission had been completed. The second was to inform Yun Xia Xianzi of her last words. There was no rosy cloud fairy in Jiuzhou. The only possibility was the Great Eastern Alliance. Suyu had inquired about this person, but there was no such person. At least, Yun Xia Fairy's reputation in the Great Eastern Alliance was not too great. After thinking for a moment, Suyu asked, have you heard of a person called Rosy Cloud Fairy? Crane deity pondered, no, if she is famous, I should know her. Suyu was not disappointed. He nodded and said, all right, be patient and become the holy artifact's holy spirit. All of a sudden, Suyu sensed the Jing deity's aura. Is there any important connection between you and the Jing deity? Upon hearing that, the crane deity's expression was complicated. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing to hide. He told Suyu about the Carnival of All Gods. The Carnival of All Gods. Hearing that, Suyu felt the crane deity and the Jing deity were really audacious. However, Suyu's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha, feather deity, congratulations. The Jing deity arrived with a smile. He couldn't figure out what means Suyu had used to force the crane deity to convey such a will. Suyu smiled. Jing deity, you must be joking. I'm just a substitute deity. Haha, don't be modest. Sheng Yuanshan took a fancy to you, which means you're outstanding. The Jing deity's words were 70 to 80% sincere. From an outsider without any foundation, he had become a substitute deity. The change was really earth-shattering. At the mention of Sheng Yuanshan, Suyu knew the Jing deity's purpose for coming. I believe that Miss Yuanshan is well prepared for the Carnival of All Gods. We're just waiting for the right time. The Jing deity was completely relieved to hear this. He glanced around and said with a smile, yes, this is not a good thing to talk about. We have a tacit understanding. Please tell Sheng Yuanshan that I am ready. Suyu nodded and chatted with him for a while. Then, the Jing deity led the army and left. Soon, the news spread in the 2 cavern worlds. The feather god and the Jing deity secretly reached an agreement. The Jing deity retreated without any conditions and did not ask for any resources. The Jing deity came in a threatening manner, but he left just like that. It really caused a lot of discussion. Not long after, news came from the Jing deity's side. The Jing deity had a face-to-face meeting with Suyu and was very impressed by him. He also confirmed Suyu's identity as the reincarnation of the 9 dragons. These words were said by the Jing deity himself. There was no way to refute it. The huge waves of shock and astonishment swiftly spread throughout the entire Eastern Divine region. Yang Tai's intelligence network covered the entire continent, so he was shocked speechless when he heard the news. After reading the thick pile of materials, Yang Tai paced back and forth in the room with a complicated expression. Young master, this old servant is willing to share your worries. Yang Tai snorted angrily, share my worries? Don't tell me you can ease the relationship between me and Suyu. Suyu. The old man blinked his eyes. What happened to Suyu? What happened? Yang Tai let out a long sigh. He became a deity. Ah. The old man opened his mouth abruptly as if he had heard a fairy tale. Young master, you must be joking. The last time I saw him, he was just a stage 1 all-creation deity. Yang Tai said with a smile, cultivation is nothing. The current feather god is the leader of the crane deity's family. Alas! What a great scheme! What an unpredictable scheme! First, He killed a deity, then he became a deity. He didn't just gain a foothold here. In the future, when we meet him, we will have to call him Feather God. Yang Tai's mood was quite complicated. In the eyes of outsiders, the battle between the Crane deity and the Jing deity was quite reasonable. After all, both of them had killed their son and daughter. However, Yang Tai's intuition told him that Su Yu must have played a part in it. Especially in the end, the Crane deity, who was determined to kill Su Yu, left a preposterous will, which was unprecedented, to make Su Yu, his enemy, a substitute deity. Yang Tai was sure that such an unusual thing must have been done by Su Yu. Killing a deity was something that Yang Tai didn't even dare to think about. However, Su Yu managed to accomplish it without batting an eyelid. Hearing the whole process, the old man took a deep breath. Young master, could it be that this guy is the reincarnation of a deity? Isn't his scheming ability too horrible? Yang Tai sighed. Yes, it is more horrible every time. As an ant in the mortal world, he can kill a deity. Now, as one of the 100 deities of the Great Eastern Alliance, I have no doubt that he has the ability to move the entire alliance of 100 deities. However, such a person is hostile to me. Until now, Yang Tai regretted his advice to Su Yu, which caused a gap between him and Su Yu. The old man saw through the young master's mind and said, "Young master, why don't we help him?" Yang Tai said with a wry smile, as one of the 100 deities, what else does he need help for? Providing timely help is better than icing on the cake. Hey, I heard the young master of the book deity is very hostile to Su Yu. Last time, he sent someone to assassinate Su Yu. Yang Tai had been paying attention to the war between the two cavern worlds recently. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. Yes, start to pay attention to the information about the book deity's cavern world. In the book deity's cavern world, the young master of the book deity, Qin Feichen, listened to Wu Chou's report with a hint of worry on his calm face. After a while, he sighed softly. I've underestimated him. I've missed the best chance to capture him. Now, Su Yu was one of the 100 deities. Although he was just a substitute deity, his status was not fake. If they failed to catch him, the book deity would be the target of public criticism. Moreover, it would be 100 times more difficult to catch him. He was in charge of the Crane deity's cavern world and was surrounded by many powerful experts. Moreover, he was a friend of the Jing deity. The words that he said Su Yu was the reincarnation of the 9 dragons were enough to prove the Jing deity's attitude. If they wanted to catch him, they would have to consider another deity. However, these were not important. The most important thing was that Su Yu had led Sheng Yuanshan to the book deity's family. This move was what worried Qin Feichen the most and what made him the most uneasy. Once Sheng Yuanshan found out what Qin Kui had done, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, seeing that Su Yu was getting stronger, Qin Feichen did not dare to act rashly, for fear that Sheng Yuanshan would find out something. As a result, Su Yu was getting stronger and stronger. It was inconvenient for him to take action again, which was really troublesome. Wu Chou rolled his eyes. Young master, why don't you leave this matter to an outsider? Outsider? An outsider that I can trust. Qin Feichen sneered. It was better to have one less person in this matter. How could he let an outsider know about it? Wu Chou laughed. Young master, have you forgotten the group of dead souls wandering in the darkness in the world of divine remains? As long as you spend money, you can definitely complete the task. Qin Feichen raised his eyebrows slightly and fell into deep thought. Wu Chou continued, there is still half a year before the Carnival of All Gods. At that time, Su Yu will appear together with the 100 deities, which will completely confirm his title as the Feather Deity. It will be extremely difficult to take action at that time. Therefore, the only way is to eliminate him before that. Those people in the world of divine remains never fail as long as they are paid. Hearing that, Qin Feichen nodded slowly. Okay, you handle this matter. Inform them to kill Su Yu. Don't hesitate to pay any price, even if you have to send out the prospective deities of the world of divine remains. He had given up hope of capturing Su Yu alive. It was too difficult to do so. He only hoped to kill Su Yu. Yes. Sheng Yuanshan was dealing with official business in the Alliance Hall. When she heard that the war between the two caverns ended with the death of the crane deity, she did not care about it at all. Such a war was rare, but it was not strange at all. Anyway, judging from the general trend, the two would fight sooner or later. However, when she heard that Su Yu had become a deity, she was surprised. No way. How did this guy do it? When she went to the crane deity's family, she clearly felt that Su Yu was under house arrest rather than a guest. How could he turn from a prisoner to a feather deity in the blink of an eye? Thinking that even someone as smart as Yang Tai was afraid of him, Sheng Yuanshan stuck out her tongue. This guy is really a schemer. Captain Yuan, who are you talking about? Beside her, a gentle male voice sounded. He was a human and one of the 3 experts of the Senluo law enforcing team stationed in the Alliance Hall. His name was Bu Rui, and he was also a descendant of the sword deity. His whole body was emitting a sharp sword essence. Even his pupils were in the shape of swords. After being asked, Sheng Yuanshan said naturally, he is the newly promoted feather deity. I heard the Jing deity admitted that he is the reincarnation of 9 dragons. Sheng Yuanshan said, he is a very smart deity. I didn't expect he would become a deity so quickly. What a surprise. It seemed to her that Su Yu could become a deity without any problem. After thinking for a while, Sheng Yuanshan said, he is a human just like you. Haven't you heard of him? Chapter 1151. Sheng Yuanshan smiled and said, he is very powerful. Otherwise, have you ever heard of a demon god making a human as a substitute god? Anyway, I think he is very smart and can speculate everything. It's amazing. The more Sheng Yuanshan praised him, the more Bu Rui was not convinced. He respected Sheng Yuanshan, who was a prospective god and the strongest among the descendants of the gods, and had always regarded her as a goal. But Sheng Yuanshan was praising another person, and there was even a hint of admiration in her words, which made Bu Rui lose his cool. He laughed and said, Yuanshan, you think too highly of him. He is just a substitute deity, nothing special. If he Ruchu, the current head of the crane deity's family, wants to take over, he can deprive him of his deity position with one word. It is really not worth mentioning. Sheng Yuanshan tilted her head and said, but the Jing deity said he is the reincarnation of 9 dragons. How can he not be powerful? What was the reincarnation of 9 dragons? They had never heard of it. Hey, what reincarnation of 9 dragons? Can he transform into a real dragon? Bu Rui said disapprovingly. Sheng Yuanshan wrinkled her nose. She felt that Bu Rui was belittling Su Yu too much, so she looked away. Noticing the change in Sheng Yuanshan's expression, Bu Rui became more and more unconvinced. The reincarnation of 9 dragons? Substitute god? Oh, I'll meet you. In the crane deity's family, Su Yu occupied the secret training room of the crane deity. The spiritual energy here was ordinary because the gods did not need spiritual energy. However, the secret room had the breath left by the crane deity who had been practicing for thousands of years. These breaths accumulated day and night, causing all the items in the secret room to be contaminated with the strong breath of the gods. The breath of the gods was a pressure for Su Yu. The effect of the pressure was that Su Yu could get twice the result with half the effort when he practiced here. The dragon form technique, which still needed half a year to be completed, was finally completed. With a light breath, Su Yu's figure turned into a golden dragon shadow for a moment. In addition, Su Yu's soul strength had also increased greatly. Vaguely, Su Yu touched the edge of the illusionary soul realm. Finally, there was the cultivation. After stabilizing the stage 2 all creations, Su Yu tried to make a breakthrough. As a result, he easily reached stage 3 all creations. This was due to the enormous resources of the crane deity's cavern world. At the same time, it was also due to the fact that Su Yu had an 8 apertures primordial spirit body. Hence, his cultivation speed was soaring like a rocket. After finishing his training, Su Yu entered the 9 jade spiritual pearl. The space that had once accommodated countless ghosts was now empty, with only a few people left. The tree goddess was teaching Sheng Ji, who was suffering. As soon as she saw Su Yu, she wiped her tears and hid behind Su Yu with a pitiful look. Tree goddess, can you be more reserved like a goddess? You bullied her and made her cry again, Suyu said to the tree goddess in front of him. She was still nailed to the throne by the spear condensed from the evil aura. She couldn't move at all, but she could control the throne to carry her and chase after Shunga. Mph, the little girl isn't content. Without me, how could she have reached the 6th level of the manifestation realm so quickly? The tree goddess was exceptionally blunt. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the ghost prison's great emperor, Suyu wouldn't have known that Shungji had the rare constitution of the ghost and Buddha union. Although it was not comparable to the constitution of the descendants of the deities, it was valuable because the body could accommodate the two opposite powers of the ghost and Buddha. According to the ghost prison's great emperor, this kind of physique would die prematurely at birth, and it was rare to live to this day. When the tree goddess heard that, she volunteered to be Shunga's teacher. She guided her from head to toe, fully displaying her physique. Although he had gone through a lot of hardships, he had gained a lot, almost catching up with Suyu's 8 apertures primordial spirit. He had achieved the cultivation of all creations stage 6 and was only one step away from the mortal fairy. With the help of the tree goddess, it would not be difficult for her to become a mortal fairy. Tree goddess, I came here to try and see whether I can pull out the evil fatal energy halberd. Suyu comforted Shungji while wearing a stern look on his face. The carefree tree god suddenly looked serious. Have you found a way? Suyu nodded. It won't be a problem to use my Milky Way star sand. Milky Way star sand? The tree god shook her head slightly. You have tried it. The evil fatal energy is the power of a deity. Although your Milky Way star sand is an emperor-based saint artifact, it can only exert less than 10% of its power. At most, it can only absorb the mortal fairy's strength. You can't extract the divine power. That was in the past. Suyu waved his palm, and a large area of Milky Way star sand flew out from his palm. The hazy starlight condensed into a magnificent scene like the Milky Way, which covered the whole valley. The Milky Way star sand turned into a flying white crane, which was the form of the crane deity. The tree god was pleasantly surprised. Did the crane deity successfully integrate into the saint artifact and become a holy spirit? Suyu nodded. Yes, with the help of the Holy Spirit, I can exert 80% to 90% of its power. Let me try again. The tree god nodded hurriedly. She was pleasantly surprised. At Suyu's instruction, the Milky Way star sand wrapped the halberd on the tree god's body. The Milky Way star sand rotated, and the stubborn evil fatal energy halberd was easily extracted like tofu. An excited look appeared on the tree god's face. As the evil fatal energy receded, the tree god gradually regained the ability to move its body, and almost started dancing with joy. Suyu was also gratified by this. There was a world of difference between an emperor-based saint artifact and one without an artifact spirit. After a whole month, the halberd, which was condensed by the evil fatal energy, and the evil fatal energy, which had been integrated into the tree god's body for many years, were finally removed. The tree god regained her freedom. Tree god, the halberd has been removed for you. It's time for you to leave, isn't it? Suyu asked. The tree god jumped down from the throne, and said with a smile, her steps as light and graceful as a butterfly, no way. I still have one thing to do. Suyu was surprised. What is it? Shouldn't the tree god go to seek revenge on her former enemy? I want to marry you, the tree god said boldly as she stared at Suyu. I refuse. I'm a goddess, and I'm worth a lot of money. I'm very sad that you refused me so decisively, and it hurt my self-esteem. The look in your eyes tells me that you are up to no good. I didn't. I just heard that after you get married, your property will be shared by the husband and wife. If you divorce, your property can be divided. Anyway, you have so many treasures, so I don't mind sharing half of them with you. Shameless. Being shameless is better than being poor. Stop it. Let's get married and get divorced. Then, let me divide our property. Suyu was speechless. Suyu left the 9 jade spiritual pearl as the goddess, the god of hoodlums, continued to pester him endlessly. Anyway, the 9 jade spiritual pearl couldn't trap him, so it didn't matter if she didn't want to leave. Anyway, without his consent, She couldn't take away even a piece of supreme growing soil. Feather God, a distinguished guest is here. Zhong Yiming's voice came from outside the secret room. As the deputy captain of the law enforcement team in the Crane Deity's cavern world, he was responsible for exchanging hostages with Su Yu. Su Yu asked, "Who is it?" "The descendant of the sword god, Bu Rui, who ranks second in the Senluo law enforcement team," Zhong Yiming said in awe. For him, Bu Rui was a legendary figure. Now, Zhong Yiming had come to visit Su Yu. Even Bu Rui, who was a fugitive in the past, had come to visit Su Yu. Su Yu said, "Ask the family master to entertain me. I am in secluded cultivation, so I can't receive guests for the time being." Recently, many forces had come to visit Su Yu, including many famous geniuses of the Great Eastern Alliance. However, Hiruchu had been the one to entertain them all. Hiruchu was quite grateful for this. Su Yu didn't interfere in the affairs of the family, which was a sign of respect to Hiruchu. Yes. Zhong Yiming opened his mouth and said to himself. Su Yu was really different now. Even such a big shot was refused by him. After Hiruchu left, Su Yu said, "Give me all the information you have collected recently. Focus on the book deity's family." Outside the secret room, many ghostly shadows appeared. When they showed up, they presented a large pile of information that had been prepared. This ghost was a member of the intelligence system established by Su Yu. When Su Yu had the tokens of the two deities, he had established his own intelligence network secretly. Even the two deities didn't know about this. This was Su Yu's own force. It was because of their existence that Su Yu was able to find the extreme chilly water in secret, spread the news secretly, create public opinion, and provide irreplaceable help. Now that he had become a substitute deity, this intelligence network had developed more rapidly. Now, it had covered almost half of the East continent. Of course, the cavern world of the book deity was the focus. After reading the information, Su Yu found the information they had collected was very detailed. Who entered and left the book deity's mansion, how many people there were, what they looked like, whether they were men or women, etc. After reading the information, Su Yu shook his head slightly. This intelligence network had just been established and was not experienced enough. Those who were responsible for surveillance had missed a lot of information. According to their information, the book deity's family didn't take any action. However, it was suspicious because of this. Su Yu didn't believe that the book deity's family wouldn't take any action when he became a substitute deity. However, the intelligence network didn't find anything suspicious. The only explanation was that his intelligence personnel had been deceived. The book deity's family can't remain silent, Su Yu thought. However, he didn't know what they were going to do. At this time, Zhong Yiming came back. "Feather deity, another distinguished guest wants to see you. Unless it is a deity, you don't need to inform me. Just leave it to Ruchu," Su Yu said. Zhong Yiming said, "Feather deity, this guest said he has information that you want to know." "What?" Su Yu raised his eyebrows. Someone who knew he was collecting information about the book deity's family was much more powerful than him. Among the people Su Yu knew, only one person had such an intelligence network and was quite smart. That person was Yang Tai. Su Yu didn't want to have a close relationship with this person. The scene where Yang Tai instructed the Crane deity's family to chase after him was an obstacle in their way. Chapter 1152. In the reception room of the Crane deity's family, Hiruchu's expression was calm as he accompanied the two guests. One of them was Bu Rui, who ranked second in the Senluo law enforcing team, and the other was Yang Tai, who ranked third. To be honest, Hiruchu was shocked when he saw the arrival of the two leaders of the Senluo law enforcing team. He wondered if they were here to cause trouble. He didn't feel relieved until they asked to see Su Yu. Hiruchu said to Bu Rui, "Lord Bu, the feather god is at the critical moment of his cultivation, so it is not suitable for him to see guests. If you have something urgent to say, I can pass on the message for you." Hearing that, Bu Rui was a little stunned. He came here to make trouble for Su Yu, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even see Su Yu. Hiruchu smiled apologetically at Yang Tai. Even Bu Rui couldn't see him, let alone Yang Tai, who was of lower status. Seeing Yang Tai also got the same treatment, Bu Rui said with a faint smile, "Brother Yang, I think we'd better go. The threshold of the feather god is too high. We can't see him at all." Yang Tai just smiled and didn't answer. At this moment, Zhong Yiming came over and whispered something to them. He Ruchu said with a smile, "Envoy Yang, the feather god wants to see you." This was the first time for Su Yu to receive a guest. He Ruchu couldn't help but pay more attention to him. Yang Tai nodded at Bu Rui and walked into the backyard calmly, leaving Bu Rui behind. It was not that Su Yu looked down on them, but he looked down on him. If Bu Rui was rejected alone or together with Yang Tai, Bu Rui would be too lazy to care. However, when Yang Tai was received later, he was refused at the door. Bu Rui's face turned livid, and he was annoyed. "Do you really think you are a god?" He didn't think highly of Su Yu, who was a substitute god. "Lord Bu, if you have any message for me," he Ruchu said with a smile. Bu Rui flicked his sleeves and left angrily. "Tell Su Yu, don't fall into my hands." He Ruchu just smiled and shook his head as he looked at Bu Rui's back. Alas, another reckless guy. He should really pray that Su Yu doesn't fall into his hands. Otherwise, it is obvious who will be the unlucky one. The shrine was the place where the gods received their guests, and it was rarely used. Su Yu received Yang Tai in the divine palace in a very formal manner. It was obvious that Su Yu valued Yang Tai greatly. Sure enough, when Yang Tai found out that Su Yu was meeting him in the divine palace, he knew Su Yu's intention and was willing to ease the tension between him and Yang Tai. Hihi, this trip wasn't a waste. Now, I just need to inform him of this important news. Yang Tai entered the divine palace with a smile. After a short while, Su Yu came. "Brother Yang, how have you been?" Su Yu smiled and said. Yang Tai bowed. "I wouldn't dare. Brother Su, you're a god now. Your status is still important." Su Yu waved his hand. "When I was a mortal, I didn't see you, the descendant of a deity, asking me to greet you. Everything is the same between us, so there's no need to care about etiquette." Upon hearing this, Yang Tai relaxed completely. Since Su Yu was willing to let go of the unpleasantness, the two of them had a tacit understanding that they had become friends. "Hihi, it's for your sake." Yang Tai sat down with a smile. Then, he said with a serious look, "Brother Su, please forgive me if I have offended you in such a hurry. This matter is really important, so I have to tell you this." Su Yu said with a smile, "I'm all ears." Yang Tai took out a file and handed it to Su Yu. Then, he said, "My intelligence agents have been monitoring the book deity's family. 3 months ago, our people found Wucho, the trusted follower of the book deity's young master, left secretly. Only a few people in the book deity's family knew about this. Therefore, my people have been following Wucho for 3 whole months. Our people found Wucho went to the world of divine remains alone." Su Yu raised his eyebrows. "The world of divine remains? The area near the realm of demons? Isn't he afraid of being devoured by the demon clan?" Hearing that, Yang Tai said, "Brother Su, you don't know this. The world of divine remains is really close to the realm of demons. However, most of the creatures who have betrayed the other cavern worlds gather there. They have nowhere else to go and can only survive there. However, the realm of demons never invades that place. They deliberately attract the traitors of the other cavern worlds to the realm of demons. Then, these traitors lead the way to invade the other cavern world." Hearing that, Su Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent. These traitors were the most detestable enemies. "Our people have been following him. They found he went to the Netherworld faction in the world of divine remains." Yang Tai said seriously when he mentioned the Netherworld faction, "Brother Su, you may not know this, but the Netherworld faction is an extremely horrible killer organization. Its members are all traitors of the cavern worlds who have been living on the edge of blades. Some of them are stronger than others. The weakest among them is at the mortal fairy realm, while the strongest one is at the prospective deity realm." Hearing that, Su Yu was a bit surprised. Prospective deity? Having witnessed Sheng Yuanxin's attack, Su Yu knew how horrible a prospective deity was. In addition, there is the death deity, the leader of the Netherworld faction, who rarely fights. A deity? This organization is really huge. According to the information we got, Wu Chou has assigned a task in the Netherworld faction, which is to kill you. As for the price, he will kill you at any cost. Yang Tai said seriously. Su Yu realized the seriousness of this matter. Regardless of the price, the target might be a mortal fairy at the peak, or even a prospective deity. With Su Yu's current cultivation, even a mortal fairy at the peak would be in danger, let alone a prospective deity. If he fought with a prospective deity, he would have a slim chance of survival. Brother Yang, the information you brought to me is really important. Su Yu stood up to express his gratitude. This gift was enough for Su Yu to forget all his previous grudges. Yang Tai had achieved his goal. So, he said, Brother Su, if you need any help, just tell me. I can provide 1 or 2 prospective deities in my family. Even the All-Access family couldn't have too many prospective deities. Even Yang Tai wasn't qualified to enjoy the protection of a prospective deity. So, he was quite reluctant to say that. Brother Yang, I appreciate your kindness. However, I have a way to deal with it, Su Yu said. Yang Tai heaved a sigh of relief secretly. If Su Yu really asked for help, Yang Tai would have to beg his family. The prospective deities of the Netherworld faction were all experienced in life and death battles. The prospective deities cultivated by his family with all kinds of resources were no match for the prospective deities in a one-on-one fight. If 1 or 2 of them died, it would be a great loss. Even as a young master, he couldn't bear such a loss. Brother Su, be careful. My people are back, so those killers are probably back too. Brother Su, please be careful. Yang Tai said. Su Yu nodded his head. Then, he saw Yang Tai off. When he returned to the Divine Hall, Su Yu's face became serious. Fighting with a prospective deity was one thing, and guarding against a prospective deity was another. Undoubtedly, the latter was dozens of times more difficult. I have to get ready, Su Yu said coldly. Unless the death deity comes, you won't be able to leave this place alive. Now, Su Yu was responsible for the safety of the entire Jojo Cavern world and the Crane deity's cavern world. He couldn't allow any mishap to happen to him. Anyone or anything that could harm him would be destroyed. As he was thinking, Su Yu turned his palm over. The Milky Way star sand turned into the shape of the Crane deity. Where is the evil fatal energy? The Crane deity said, inside the Milky Way star sand. Of course, the objects refined by the Milky Way star sand wouldn't disappear into thin air. They were just transferred to another place, which was inside the Milky Way star sand. Extract all of them and condense them into a long halberd. In 2 months, no, in 1 month, you must complete it. Yes. With the divine soul of the Crane deity, it wasn't difficult to condense the evil fatal energy, which contained divine strength, into a long halberd. The next moment, Su Yu turned his palm over and took out a golden arrow. The arrow wasn't as bright as before. It was a bit dim, but it was still emitting a terrifying energy. The celestial destroying arrow was also one of Su Yu's killer weapons. However, it was far from enough. Guarding against a prospective deity was 100 times more dangerous than fighting against a prospective deity. Moreover, the prospective deity was an experienced killer who was good at assassination. With a flash, Su Yu appeared in the 9 Jade Spiritual Pearl again. Do you regret it? Do you want to marry me now? The tree goddess was teasing Shunga playfully. Su Yu ignored her and said to Shunga, how's the recovery of the chaos multicolored butterfly? Shunga got rid of the tree goddess immediately and said, it has been fully recovered. Because my master put in a lot of divine objects in the Great Eastern Alliance that Jojo doesn't have, it has improved again. When it flaps its wings, it is really powerful. Really? Su Yu was a bit delighted. When Su Yu was a peak mortal fairy, the chaos multicolored butterfly flapped its wings and almost killed Su Yu. Now it had improved a lot. How much more powerful was it? Shunga nodded her head vigorously. Okay, continue to train it. If you need anything, just take it from the supreme growing soil. I will need it in 2 months. Shunga nodded her head hurriedly. Hey, are you in trouble? The tree goddess asked. Suyu paused a bit and said, "Yes, there may be a killer of a prospective deity." The tree goddess frowned. A prospective deity is a very vague concept. A prospective deity who has just obtained his celestial energy sphere is a prospective deity. A prospective deity who is only a step away from becoming a deity is also a prospective deity. The gap between different prospective deities is the same as the gap between a mortal fairy and a deity. It is incomparable. Although I have escaped, my celestial energy sphere has been seriously consumed over the years. If it is a prospective deity in the early stage, I should be able to defeat him. If it is a prospective deity in the middle stage, he should be able to kill me. If it is a prospective deity in the late stage, he should be able to kill me. By the way, what kind of prospective deity wants to kill you? Suyu frowned deeply. This is the problem. The specific strength of a prospective deity, how many there are, where they are now, and when they will attack, are all unknown. Hearing this, the tree goddess also fell into deep thought. You are in a passive situation, so you can only strengthen your defense. However, Suyu's eyes flashed, and he shook his head in a deep voice. I do need to strengthen my defense, but I want to take the initiative. Those killers are best at taking the initiative. This time, I want them to be in the most disadvantageous situation. Chapter 1153. After leaving the 9-jade spiritual pearl, Suyu now had the evil fatal halberd, the celestial destroying arrow, the chaos multicolored butterfly, and the tree goddess. The only one who had the confidence to deal with a prospective god was the tree goddess, and it could only be an early-stage prospective god. It's far from enough. Suyu was lost in thought. There were many strong people in the crane deity's cavern. However, for the prospective deities, the number of people was no longer an advantage, but a disadvantage. The assassin could blend into the crowd at any time and sneak over without anyone noticing. As a god, Suyu didn't have many people at his disposal. He could only rely on himself. With a thought, Suyu took out a few purple flames, which were wrapped in lumps of heavenly orchid silver bamboo liquid drops. There were still 6 more, enough to refine 6 heavenly orchid silver bamboo swords. In the 9 states, apart from the little Kylin, no one could successfully refine a fairy weapon. But in the Great Eastern Alliance, it couldn't be easier. The God of Instruments cavern world was a cavern world created by a god who had become a god through weapon refinement. There were many weapon refinement masters in the cavern world, and it was very easy to ask them to refine a lower-grade immortal weapon. Half a day later, Hiruchu came to Suyu. Feather God, are you leaving? Suyu nodded. Yes, I will be back in at least half a month, or at most a month. After giving instructions, Suyu went straight to the God of Instruments cavern world. Even with a divine-level teleportation array, it would take 5 to 6 days to rush to the God of Instruments cavern world. After Suyu left, at the edge of the crane deity's cavern world, a middle-aged woman with a pretty face and an ordinary temperament was walking casually in a busy city. If there was a meticulous person, they would definitely notice that this woman was in the depths of the bustling city, but the people around her ignored her. She was clearly such a beautiful woman, but even if they brushed past her, no one would give her a second glance. It was as if everyone had completely ignored him. In a restaurant on the street, Sheng Yuanshan frowned slightly. A prospective deity should be practicing the way of concealment. Even if she stands in front of others, no one will notice her. I wonder which family has trained her. Sitting across from him was Bu Rui. He faintly glanced at the woman. Sure enough, he clearly knew of the woman's existence, but every time his gaze fell on her, he couldn't help but look away. She tried several times, but she still couldn't see the woman. Tut, if this person is a killer, he is quite powerful, Bu Rui said casually. Sheng Yuanshan nodded slightly. Have you found out where Bu Tiri is? Bu Rui nodded. After he left the crane deity's family, he immediately disappeared. In order to avoid being killed by the crane deity's family, he didn't return to the book deity's cavern world. Instead, he fled to the device deity's cavern world, which is unrelated to him. I think he planned to stay away from the secular world and live in seclusion from then on. Sheng Yuanshan said, yes, then let's go to the God of Instruments cavern world to look for him. He is one of the few who came back alive from a mission in the 9 states, so he must know some information about Qin. Yuanshin, why do you care so much about Qin's case? Bu Rui was confused. This kind of case didn't need the leader of the Senluo law enforcers to be so concerned. Of course, Sheng Yuanshin didn't dare to tell him how deep the waters of the Jojo mission were. She pretended to be angry and said, a law enforcement officer was publicly killed. If we don't punish him severely, it will only encourage the bad spirit. Hearing this, Bu Rui said, yes, we law enforcement officers are above all living beings, but some people dare to look down on us. He was obviously referring to Su Yu. What kind of contempt was this? Su Yu didn't even want to meet him? Ah. Yes, you're right. Sheng Yuanshin felt guilty. 6 days later, in the cavern world of the God of Instrument, according to the information obtained by Su Yu, there were 4 crafting masters in the cavern world of the God of Instrument. Among them, Wang Yunxian, the crafting master from the east, was the most proficient. Except for the God of Instrument, no one could compete with him in forging. The magical artifacts he made were not only of high quality but also very fast. What Su Yu lacked the most was time. Wang Yunxian had a bad habit that many famous crafting masters had. He would never waste time on a magical artifact that was not challenging. However, Wang Yunxuan's bad habit was more serious. He not only wanted the artifact to be challenging, but also exciting. Otherwise, he wouldn't make it no matter how much money he was offered. Such a strange temper made people wonder. Su Yu's 6 fairy swords were difficult and easy at the same time. It was very difficult to determine whether they met Wang Yunxuan's requirements. The other 3 were much better tempered. As long as they could afford it, they wouldn't refuse anyone. After thinking for a while, Su Yu finally went to the mansion of Wang Yunxian. There were many people outside Wang Yunxuan's mansion. Su Yu was just one of them. He didn't reveal his identity as the Feather God. Instead, he waited quietly in the line to be received by Wang Yunxian. My master has ordered that only middle-grade magical artifacts and above will be made today. When Wang Yunxian was about to receive the guests, a boy opened the door of the mansion and said loudly. Hearing this, almost everyone walked away. Is this a joke? How could middle-grade magical artifacts be made so easily? It would cost more than 10 times more financial and material resources than low-grade magical artifacts. They weren't surprised because Wang Yunxian was like this all year round. Occasionally, when he was in a good mood, he would ask the boy to give them an unacceptable condition to drive them away. After a while, the door of the mansion was deserted. Seeing that there was still one person outside the mansion, the boy asked, Are you going to make middle-grade magical artifacts? Su Yu shook his head. Only 6 low-grade magical artifacts. Hearing that, the boy shook his head. Please go back. My master is in a bad mood. He doesn't want to make magical artifacts today. Su Yu said with a smile, if it were me, Master Wang would still be willing to see me. Please pass the message to him. The bald boy said with a bitter face, alas, don't worry. Recently, my master hasn't received any interesting crafting tasks. He is in a bad mood. If you are not afraid of ruining the materials of the magical artifacts, I won't stop you. Heh. If your master knows it's me, he might be in a good mood. Seeing that Su Yu was so reckless, the boy said, May I ask who you are? Su Yu, well, you can also call me the Feather God. The boy was surprised. Are you the Feather God? What do you think? Your master will be interested in my arrival, Su Yu said. However, the boy's face darkened. I advise you to leave now. My master has been scolding you the most these days. Hey! Su Yu was stunned. Scolding me? Forget it. Just tell him that if he doesn't invite me in, I will find someone else. The boy had no choice but to report to Su Yu. Wang Yunxian was in his 50s. His cultivation was average. Unlike ordinary crafting masters, he was handsome and dignified. Hearing the boy's report, Wang Yunxian stood up abruptly. Then, he patted the table and said angrily with red eyes, That bastard. How dare he come to me? Usurping the position of a deity is such an interesting thing. Why didn't he ask me to do it? The boy opened his mouth widely. My God. It turns out that my master didn't ask Suyu to participate in such an exciting thing as usurping the position of a deity. Speaking of which, there was a rumor circulating in the market that Suyu's deity position was instigated. The news was groundless, but some people believed it. After all, Suyu became the agent of the crane deity's cavern world, which was really strange. So, should I drive him away? Wait. What is he going to craft? Fairy artifacts. 6 low-grade fairy artifact. Boring stuff. I am not interested. Wang Yunxian waved his hand impatiently. The boy sighed and said to himself, I should have told you earlier. What else did he say? The boy said, he also said that if I don't invite him in, I will invite someone else. Hearing that, Wang Yunxian rolled his eyes and said, let him in. The boy was confused. What does his eccentric master want to do? After a while, Suyu saw Wang Yunxian in the yard. Master Wang, the divine bone worship you made is quite durable, Suyu said with a smile as soon as he entered the yard. In order to escape, Wang Yunxian had built 3 ships and 2 small divine bone ships. Then, he hired 2 black market craftsmen to make the warship. As for the giant warship, it was also hired by black market craftsmen. However, no one knew that the person who had refined the warship was none other than Wang Yunxian. Nobody expected the famous Wang Yunxian would work in the black market. Moreover, he heard that Suyu had hired black market craftsmen to build the warship, so he volunteered to help Suyu. As for the reason, how exciting would it be if he could help a terrifying kidnapper escape successfully? No fairy artifacts. Wang Yunxian said immediately when he saw Suyu. Suyu said with a smile, even a fairy artifact that can kill prospective deities. Kill prospective deities? Wang Yunxuan's angry face was filled with surprise. Then, his eyes lit up. Prospective deities. Which family's prospective deities are they from? The Netherworld faction, Suyu said calmly. Hearing that, Wang Yunxian was not afraid. Instead, he patted his thigh and said excitedly, ha, 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 a prospective deity from the Netherworld faction. This is more exciting than killing a prospective deity from a deity family. The prospective deities of the Netherworld faction are more cunning and difficult to deal with. This is the most exciting way to kill them. I knew it. You didn't come to me for nothing. Wang Yunxuan's face was filled with joy, which the boy hadn't seen for a long time. Then, he patted Suyu's shoulder and said, okay, I will help you. However, can you kill a prospective deity with only 6 low-grade fairy artifacts? Don't fool me, Suyu said with a faint smile. 6 may not work, but what about 9? Still not enough. Wang Yunxian was quite clear about the power of a prospective deity. What about 9? Suyu said with a faint smile. 9. Wang Yunxian was lost in thought. 9. Are you going to set up a sword formation? If it is a superior sword formation, it is not impossible, but it is still very difficult. Suyu agreed with him. He didn't think a complete version of the 9 Sun sword formation could kill a prospective deity. If it was so easy, a prospective deity would be too worthless and would have been killed long ago. However, Wang Yunxuan's eyes were filled with excitement. However, this is the only way to challenge it. 9 low-grade fairy artifacts may not be enough, but a middle-grade fairy artifact, heh. Suyu raised his eyebrows. These materials are only enough to craft a low-grade fairy artifact, right? Wang Yunxian said excitedly, that's why it is interesting. You can make the impossible possible. This is the only way to challenge it. Let me take a look at the 3 swords on your back. Suyu gave him the 3 heavenly orchid silver bamboo swords. After a glance, Wang Yunxuan's pupils constricted and he exclaimed in surprise, good sword. The one who crafted these swords must be a divine-level crafting master. He is no worse than my master. Is the little Kailin so powerful? Where did the crafting skills inherited in its mind come from? Could it be the god of instrument? It's a pity that the flame was not pure enough, and the crafting time was too long. That's why the grade of the swords couldn't be improved. Forget it. I will offend this divine-level crafting master and reforge these 3 swords. Wang Yunxian started crafting with the 3 swords and materials in his arms. Su Yu watched patiently from the side. There were many procedures to craft a fairy artifact. Wang Yunxian summoned a group of people and taught them some simple procedures. Su Yu glanced at the group of people and stared at one of them in surprise. That person was also staring at Su Yu in surprise. However, Su Yu withdrew his gaze and pretended he didn't know him. He escaped from the family of the crane deity here because he wanted to live a secluded life and didn't want to be disturbed. At this moment, the bald doorman hurried over with sweat all over his face. Master, the captain of the Senluo law enforcing team, Sheng Yuanshan and Bu Rui, are here to visit you. Few people would like to be visited by the Senluo law enforcing team. After all, they had the power to kill all creatures except the descendants of deities. Wang Yunxian was a bit displeased. However, he couldn't refuse the visit of the Senluo law enforcing team. Hearing that, Bu Tii's face darkened. When the doorman was about to leave, Su Yu said, "No need. Just tell them the feather deity is here, and Master Wang has no time to receive guest." The doorman's eyes almost popped out. How dare he refuse the Senluo law enforcing team? However, after thinking about it carefully, he realized Su Yu was just a substitute deity. Who could stop him if he violated his own rules? Wang Yunxian said with a smile, "How domineering. I like it." Bu Tii let out a sigh of relief and looked at Su Yu gratefully. Outside the door, the two Senluo law enforcing team members had totally different attitudes. Sheng Yuanshan was stunned. How could I meet that guy here? However, Bu Rui said angrily with a dark face, "How dare you? He expelled me in the family of the crane deity. How dare he expel me in Wang Yushuan's mansion? Does he really think he is the reincarnation of 9 dragons? Chapter 1154. As soon as he stepped in, he was blocked by a faint divine power. Yuanshan, are you going to stop me? Bu Rui said angrily. Sheng Yuanshan said, "After all, he is a deity. If you offend him and get killed by him, the sword god will have nothing to say. Do you understand? It would have been fine if he didn't say that." Bu Rui laughed angrily and said, "You are just an all creations fake god. You think you can kill me? Bu Rui, I should take you back to the Senluo law enforcing team for questioning because of the fake deity's words. The crane deity's legacy runs through the cavern world, which is absolutely true. He is the proxy, not the fake deity. If you continue to talk nonsense, I can't turn a blind eye to the crime of slandering the deity." Sheng Yuanshan said lightly. She didn't like Bu Rui's aggressive character. Compared with Su Yu, Bu Rui was on the other end of the spectrum. Sheng Yuanshan thought of Su Yu's low-key, steady, calm, and far-sighted ability to devise strategies to win a battle from 1,000 miles away. Bu Rui stepped back. He knew Sheng Yuanshan's character. She looked weak but was very principled. If he insisted on it, Sheng Yuanshan would enforce the law impartially. Humph. Bu Rui stepped back, full of resentment. Sheng Yuanshan said seriously, "Slandering, attacking, and slandering a deity are all felonies. As a Senluo law enforcing team, I hope you will remember this." The more she behaved like this, the more indignant Bu Rui was. What right did a mere all-creations kid from a humble family have to ride on his head? In terms of identity, he was the descendant of the sword god, and his father was one of the 9 top deities. In terms of strength, he ranked second among the descendants of deities, second only to Sheng Yuanshan, who was a peak mortal fairy. In terms of strength, he was thousands of times stronger than Su Yu. Why should he be inferior to Su Yu? He couldn't swallow his anger. Seeing Bu Rui going to the extreme, Sheng Yuanshan sighed silently. It was better to give in and accept a setback. As a descendant, you can't take the initiative to attack a deity. However, as one of the 9 law enforcing team of the Alliance Hall, you have a privilege, Sheng Yuanshan said slowly. Bu Rui, who was angry, suddenly thought of something. The top 3 law enforcers of the Senluo law enforcers would get the position of law enforcer of the Alliance Hall. Although it was just an empty position and they didn't manage the affairs of the Alliance Hall, they had real power. One of the rights to go unnoticed by others was to gain the right to challenge any god once every 3 years. This was a rule set by the 100 deities when they formed the alliance. Whoever received a challenge, unless they were traveling outside, could not refuse it. It was just that it was ridiculous to challenge a god. Even a prospective god would not think that challenging a god would bring them any benefits. After all, the gap between the two sides was too great. If he lost the battle at the very beginning, how could he gain anything from it? Therefore, this privilege was almost ignored by the law enforcers. After being reminded by Sheng Yuanshan, he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but sneer. Challenge a deity? I, Bu Rui, will be the first person in history. With that, Bu Rui showed an excited look. Challenging a deity was something that had never happened before. When the time came, many deities would descend to watch. If he defeated a deity in front of the deities and won their praise, Bu Rui felt excited just thinking about it. Looking at his fantasizing expression, Sheng Yuanshan sighed slightly. I hope that guy will show mercy and not embarrass him too much. In the mansion, the fairy weapon was being refined in an orderly manner. In order to forcibly refine the materials of a low-grade fairy weapon into a middle-grade fairy weapon, Wang Yunxian could be said to have spent a lot of money. Not only did he integrate many precious materials, but also some extinct materials that couldn't be bought on the market. But these were not enough. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword was the main material, and the material itself had already determined that the grade of the magic weapon refined was limited. No matter how high Wang Yunxuan's refining level was, he couldn't reverse the law of nature. However, it was precisely because of the challenge that Wang Yunxian became more and more excited. In the end, he sacrificed his blood of the descendants of a deity, the bloodline of the instrument god. As a descendant of the instrument god, his bloodline contained magical effects that could improve the grade of materials. However, the bloodline of the descendants of a deity would be less and less. The fainter the purity of the bloodline, the lower the possibility of inheriting the position of the instrument god. Wang Yunxian didn't care about it at all. He just kept vomiting the divine blood, which made Su Yu's heart palpitate. Equipment refining was a physical work for others, but equipment refining was a life-threatening job for him. 9 middle-grade fairy weapons, even for a top equipment forging grandmaster like Wang Yunxian, it still took him a long time to refine them. After 15 days, the refining process was finally completed. From the bone-chilling ice well water, Wang Yunxian took out the solid 9 swords. They still looked like the swords in the 9 suns sword formation. They didn't change at will. What was slightly different was that there was a faint trace of red on the edge of the sword, which looked like a trace of blood that hadn't dried up for a long time after killing someone. The holy and beautiful heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword in the past was a little bit more solemn now. When he touched the handle of the sword, Su Yu heard a heartbeat coming from the silver sword as if the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword had come to life. Middle-grade fairy weapons already have spirituality. If a soul is willing to be integrated into the body of the sword, it will become a weapon spirit. The grade of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword can be improved to a higher level and reach the power of a top-grade fairy weapon. If a soul was willing to become a weapon spirit, it would at least be a top-grade fairy weapon. The soul of an ordinary person would never be willing to do that. However, even a middle-grade fairy weapon was enough for Su Yu. When it was a low-grade fairy weapon, the 3 suns sword formation could kill a stage 2 mortal fairy. When it was a middle-grade fairy weapon, it was really unknown how powerful the 9 suns sword formation could be. This is interesting. I'm afraid the prospective deity of the Netherworld faction is going to suffer a loss. Wang Yunxuan's eyes were full of expectation. The prospective deity of the Netherworld faction is not the kind of trash that the Great Eastern Alliance fed. I can't guarantee that you can kill him with this sword formation. Su Yu smiled. If I can kill him in this way, I have underestimated the Netherworld faction. As the gathering place of traitors in the cavern world, the world of divine remains must be a chaotic and dark place without rules. It was imaginable how difficult it was to become a prospective deity in that place. Ha, this is challenging. Wang Yunxian was full of excitement and expectation. He waved his sleeves and said to the bald boy, "Tomorrow, tell the guests that I am out for some business and can't accept crafting for the time being." "Ah?" the bald boy asked. Where are you going? To continue crafting, of course. I want to craft a large set of weapons that can kill prospective deities. What could be more interesting than that? Wang Yunxian volunteered to take the initiative, regardless of whether Su Yu agreed or not. Su Yu, of course, nodded and agreed. The crafting materials will be provided by the crane deity's family. As for the manpower, I will add a few helpers. Wang Yunhe pointed at a few people behind him, but Bu Tieri was not among them. Su Yu paused for a moment and said, "Take that guy away too." Wang Yunxian glanced at him. He is a newbie, but he is quite efficient. Right, take him away too. Bu Tieri was deeply grateful. The Senluo law-enforcing envoys were outside, and they were probably coming for him. Su Yu was willing to take him away because he wanted to protect him. Wait a moment, I will inform my father. That old guy loves me like a woman. If I don't inform him, I am afraid he will come to the crane deity's family, Wang Yunxian said. Su Yu nodded. After Wang Yunxian left, they came to a quiet place. Bu Tieri understood tacitly. He went forward and knelt down to pay his respect. Thank you, Feather God. No need. Besides, you don't need to be too afraid of the Senluo law-enforcing envoys. I will plead for you, Su Yu said calmly. Tell me, what do you know about Qin Kui? Bu Tieri said, before we set off, Qin Kui was instructed by the young master, Qin Feichen. I don't know the details. Su Yu squinted his eyes. Qin Feichen? Right, is Qin Kui close to him? Yes, Qin Kui is from the book deity's family. He has been following Qin Feichen since he was young and is his confidant. He is more trusted than me. Su Yu pondered for a moment, then said, So, why did you go to Jojo to carry out the mission? Bu Tieri hesitated for a moment, then said, We received a notice that a remnant soul of a demon god was causing trouble in the galaxy. We chased it all the way and forced it into the cavern world of Jojo. This reason was truly flawless. It was clear that he entered the Jojo cavern world under the pretext of chasing the demonic god of withered bones, and rescued the Central Prefecture's king when he was in trouble. Where is the demonic god of withered bones? Who passed this mission to you? Su Yu asked. Bu Tieri was taken aback. The demonic god of withered bones is in the Alliance Hall. The one relaying the mission is a prospective deity, Law Enforcer Lioli. Law Enforcer Lioli was not like Sheng Yuanshan, Bu Rui, or Yang Tai, who only cared about prolonging their lives. Instead, he was a supreme being who held real power and commanded all law enforcers in the world. Apart from the Senluo law enforcers, they had the highest status under the gods. As expected, the enemy was within. The demonic god of withered bones and law enforcer Lioli must be insiders. Let's go. Wang Yunxian urged Su Yu angrily. Looking at his weird expression, Su Yu couldn't help but think of the image of the god of instrument. How could he torture Wang Yunxian like this? They left the house together. Outside the yard, Sheng Yuanshan and Bu Rui had been waiting quietly for a month. Sheng Yuanshan smiled calmly, Feather God. Bu Rui snorted disdainfully, We are here for Bu Tieri. Where is the Senluo law enforcers investigating the case? Please hand him over as soon as possible. Su Yu pretended he didn't see him and said, Miss Yuanshan, let's talk in private. Sheng Yuanshan nodded and had a secret conversation with Su Yu for a while. Sheng Yuanshan's face changed several times. Then, she said, the demonic god of withered bones is in the Senluo Law Enforcers Hall and is being protected temporarily. However, Law Enforcer Lioli has a high status. We can't catch him without solid evidence. So, we can only find the demonic god of withered bones. I will go back to interrogate him now. When they separated, Sheng Yuanshan said, Let's go. Bu Rui said, Don't you want to take Bu Tieri back? No need. Su Yu has told me what Bu Tieri knows. There is no need to ask further, Sheng Yuanshan said. Bu Rui was surprised. Sheng Yuanshan trusted Su Yu so much? He couldn't believe they trusted each other so much. He didn't know Sheng Yuanshan and Su Yu had a common secret. They had the same interests in this matter, so they could naturally trust each other. Seeing Sheng Yuanshan ignored him, Bu Rui was jealous. They had been together for many years, but Sheng Yuanshan didn't trust him so much. How many times had Su Yu met Sheng Yuanshan? He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart anymore. Chapter 1155. I refuse. Why? Are you afraid? Coward. Well, I am afraid that if I beat the young one, the old one will come. Fart. Sheng Yuanshan, who was walking in front, couldn't help but laugh. She quickly covered her mouth and blushed. She thought to herself, this guy is really merciless. It seems that Bu Rui won't be able to defeat him. Bu Rui's face was livid. As a descendant of the sword god, if he was injured, the sword god would most likely help him. Don't worry, I took the initiative to challenge the gods. As long as you don't kill me, no one can blame you. Even my father. Sheng Yuanshan also turned around and said helplessly, the law enforcement officer has the right to challenge the gods once. This is the covenant made by the gods. Since you have become an acting god, you still have to bear the corresponding obligations. Su Yu nodded. Okay, I will give some advice to the younger generation, nephew Rui. Puff. Sheng Yuanshan also laughed, but she couldn't help but stare at Su Yu. As a god, Su Yu and the 100 gods were of the same generation, so it was not inappropriate to call Bu Rui, a descendant of the gods, nephew. However, Sheng Yuanshan was also a descendant of the gods, which was one generation lower than Su Yu. Does it mean that I have to accept him calling me niece? This guy. Sheng Yuanshan was angry and amused at the same time. Hearing this, Bu Rui's face turned livid. However, he was indeed a god, so he couldn't refute it. He gritted his teeth and said, don't be complacent. Half a month later, in front of the crane deity's family, I will challenge you. Don't beg for mercy. No problem, but the time has been slightly changed. It will be set in a month. Su Yu smiled lightly. Bu Rui was confused. Why did he change it to a month later? A month later, it was the time for the Carnival of All Gods. However, if it didn't affect the challenge, he didn't care about half a month. Okay. A month later, the day before the Carnival of All Gods, you and I will fight. It was only then that Su Yu nodded and accepted the challenge. When Su Yu and Wang Yunxian returned to the crane deity's family, it was already 6 days later. He Ruchu hurriedly led his people to welcome Su Yu. On the day that Su Yu left, they were really worried that Su Yu would leave and leave the mess of the crane deity's family. Welcome back, Feather God. Su Yu didn't have much time left, so he waved his hand and said, you don't have to be so courteous. Just make arrangements for these people. He Ruchu looked up and saw a person standing side by side with Su Yu. At first glance, he looked familiar, but he didn't know who it was. He was furious. Who was so arrogant as to stand side by side with the feather god? Fortunately, an old man of the crane deity's family hurriedly whispered this person's identity to Hiruchu. Hearing this, Hiruchu's eyes flickered. Wang Yunxian? The heir most valued by the god of instrument. Even if Hiruchu didn't know him personally, he should have heard of him. Not only did he have a high level of craftsmanship, but he also had a strange temper. More importantly, he was loved by the god of instrument the most, far more than his other brothers and sisters. It could be said that he was the next generation god of instrument. How could he not be happy that his feather god had brought back a candidate for the god of arms after leaving for a month? All these could indirectly help the crane deity's family, so it's Grandmaster Wang, please come in quickly. Hiruchu did not dare to be negligent. Wang Yunxian waved his hand and said, there's no need to rest. I'll just leave the spacious, large secret chamber. I'm going to start forging soon. Ah! Hiruchu was surprised. He didn't know what Wang Yunxian meant. He thought to himself, could it be that the feather god invited him back? Soon, Wang Yunxian made the arrangements. Wang Yunxian was very mysterious about what kind of magic weapon he wanted to forge to deal with the prospective deity. He only knew that the design of this item was obtained from the relics of the deities, which had long been lost in the world. It took him 7 or 8 years to forge that magic weapon. The main body had been completed. Now, only some parts were needed to be completed. In order to kill the prospective deity of the Netherworld faction, Wang Yuxuan really put in a lot of effort. Of course, in order to cooperate with him, Su Yu also agreed that the consumption of those parts would be borne by the crane deity's family. After making arrangements for him, Su Yu asked, "How's the thing I asked you to do?" Hiruchu said, "Feather God, we have sent people to guard the black market according to the Feather God's words to collect the information you want." Assassins in the dark were indeed a big advantage. They could assassinate Su Yu at any time. However, they had a great weakness: information. As an outsider, he was unfamiliar with the people and the place. If he wanted to know the specific situation of Su Yu, he could only inquire in the street. Without reliable and effective information, it would be extremely difficult to kill Su Yu. And to inquire about reliable, timely, and accurate information, only the black market that specialized in selling information was the most reliable. Therefore, if the assassins of the Netherworld faction wanted to know specific information about Su Yu, they could only go to the black market to buy information about Su Yu. Su Yu took the information presented by Hiruchu and briefly flipped through it. There were details about Su Yu in the past month, especially the creatures who had information about Su Yu's whereabouts. "Well done," Su Yu said. After returning to the secret room, he said, "Submit your investigation as well." Yes. A ghostly fog filled the air, and the intelligence personnel belonging to Su Yu, like a ghost, presented another piece of information. The content was the same. They were all detailed investigations of the creatures who had recently inquired about Su Yu's information. However, in contrast, the information presented by Su Yu's intelligence personnel was much more comprehensive. The crane deity's family really lags behind in terms of intelligence. Not to mention, compared with the All-Access family, even Su Yu's newly established intelligence system was far inferior. Putting down the intelligence of the crane deity's family, Su Yu focused on analyzing the content of his own intelligence system. A day later, Su Yu sorted out the fragmented information and said thoughtfully, "Because of the sudden emergence of a new force, I became famous too quickly. There are many creatures who inquired about my news, but very few of them even wanted to inquire about where I went." Su Yu's finger pointed on a list. The above was a list of people who had inquired about Su Yu's whereabouts in the past month. There were as many as 100 people. Among the 100 people, there were no outsiders. They were all locals of the Great Eastern Alliance, belonging to different forces. Su Yu was not disappointed, or it was expected. If Su Yu was a killer, for the sake of prudence, he would never take the initiative to collect information. He only needed to spend a little money to let the locals of the Great Eastern Alliance collect information for him. In the list of 100 people, Su Yu circled 10 more people. The 10 of them were the most famous second-hand dealers in the black market. They knew the black market very well. They were very clear about where there was information to sell, and they were very willing to help customers collect information, as long as they paid a lot of money. Among the 10 people, Su Yu circled 3 more people. The 3 people investigated Su Yu's whereabouts most frequently in the past month. They inquired about Su Yu's whereabouts in detail almost every day. Contact the intelligence personnel over there and confirm the current status of the 3 people. Su Yu took out the paper and handed it to Gui Ying in front of him. 2 days later, Su Yu received news that 2 of the 3 people had been missing for 7 days and 14 days respectively. Now only 1 person was still active and frequently investigated Su Yu's information. Is there only one named Zhuang Lin? It seems that the other 2 intelligence personnel were killed by you one after another. You are really cautious. I am afraid it will not take long for this one to be killed by you, right? Su Yu's eyes flashed with deep light. Order the intelligence personnel to capture this person alive and torture him to find out how many people he has been in contact with recently. What are their appearances and what are their cultivation levels? Torture them all clearly. Yes. But soon, the intelligence personnel reported back that Zhuang Lin was missing, and the intelligence personnel had lost his trace. Feather God, do you continue to investigate his whereabouts? Perhaps, he noticed the tracking of the intelligence personnel and fled vigilantly, Gui Ying said. Su Yu shook his head. Zhuang Lin can detect the investigation of the intelligence personnel, and I am afraid those killers have also felt it. There is no need to waste energy to find him. Zhuang Lin is dead, and my purpose has been achieved. Although this time, the killers realized that they had been exposed, they would not dare to continue to inquire about the information in the black market. If he was right, these killers had collected enough information and were on the way to the crane deity's cavern world. In a certain black market, the corpse of Zhuang Lin, who had quite a reputation as an informant, was lying in an ice-cold secret chamber. Beside him were two other rotting corpses. Impressively, they were informants who had quite a reputation as well. The secret room was dark, and no one knew how many people were in it. He's being watched. It seems that he's been probing too often and has attracted the attention of someone with ulterior motives. Fortunately, we noticed it and killed Zhuang Lin. Otherwise, we would have been exposed. I just don't know who is watching him. A calm and powerful male voice came from the darkness. In the shadow, a soft female voice came. Oh, no matter who is targeting Zhuang Lin, the inquiry of the black market has ended here, and we should take action. The man said, well, based on the information we have collected, we can make an overall evaluation of the prey this time. In terms of strength, his last fight was with the 3 youths of the bamboo garden, who were at the peak of the dust fairy, and his comprehensive strength was at the 2nd stage of the dust fairy. In terms of defense, after he became the feather god, there were often guards at the peak of the dust fairy around him. For you and me, they are useless. In terms of help, his foundation in the Great Eastern Alliance is shallow. Except for maintaining a special relationship with the Jing deity, he has no close strong friends. In summary, the difficulty of hunting this prey is level 2. The Netherworld faction was cautious and very rigorous. Before carrying out the task, they would make a comprehensive evaluation of the prey to determine the difficulty of the task. The difficulty was divided into 9 levels, and the first level was the easiest level, which could be completed without any effort. And the second level required a lot of effort. Su Yu had the title of a god, but in fact, it was easier than killing the descendants of the gods. I suggest to upgrade to level 4. In the darkness, the gentle woman said. The man was slightly surprised. Level 4? You want to upgrade the difficulty of him to the early stage of prospective deity? Yes. The woman was very sure. There are 2 things about him that we have to pay attention to. Chapter 1156. Second, he brought Wang Yunxian back from the Tool God's cave world. We don't know what he's up to. He secretly stayed in Wang Yunxuan's mansion for 15 days. To sum up these 2 points, Su Yu has a hidden part, so my suggestion is to increase the difficulty by 2 levels and list him as a prospective deity to hunt. The man pondered for a moment and said, fine, then we'll list it as the 4th level of difficulty prey. If it's only at the 4th level, you and I will have to use more than half of our strength. The woman said, the employer's bounty this time is very generous, so we can't be too cautious. Let's go to the crane deity's family. However, as soon as they arrived at the crane deity's family, they received news about Su Yu. He went to the Jing deity's cavern world. Standing outside the crane deity's family, the 2 killers were lost in thought. What a coincidence. Just as they were about to make a move, Su Yu went to the Jing deity's cavern world. Could it be that he was exposed? Fortunately, Su Yu had a good reason to go to the Jing deity's cavern world. The son of the sword god, Bu Rui, challenged the proxy god, the feather god. At that time, there would be many gods who would come to watch. After all, the sword god was one of the top 9 powerful deities. Since his son was challenging a deity, as a father, he would naturally rush over to support him. Most of the deities who were on good terms with the sword god would come to support and cheer for the son of the sword god on account of the sword god. As the challenged party, if they couldn't invite a few gods to support them, they would definitely lose face. After understanding this, the 2 assassins reconsidered their plan. It's easy to kill Su Yu in the crane deity's cavern world, but in the Jing deity's world, I'm afraid I'll be exposed easily. As prospective gods, once we step into the Jing deity's cavern world, the Jing deity will definitely sense our aura. Killing Su Yu is as difficult as ascending to heaven, the man said. After a pause, the man said, we can only kill him in the crane deity's cavern world. The deities will sense our presence in any other cavern world, so it's not a good idea to kill him. Only when there are no deities in the crane deity's cavern world can we take action. The gentle woman didn't say anything. She gently frowned. This feeling of passively waiting made her instinctively feel uneasy. Could it be that he did it on purpose? A thought appeared in the woman's mind, but she quickly denied it. It was indeed a coincidence. Helpless, they had no choice but to hide and wait passively for an opportunity. This wait lasted for an entire month. In the secret chamber, the two assassins' faces were gloomy. Something doesn't seem right. He left for a month without returning. There is something strange about this, the man said. The woman nodded deeply. Yes. Bu Rui challenged him. Soon, a deity will appear in the crane deity's cavern world. Our existence will definitely be noticed by the deities. If we act rashly, we will die here. So, before the competition ends, we still have to bide our time. As she spoke, the woman felt more and more passive. She was more worried about something else. Moreover, the day after the challenge, the Carnival of All Gods will be held. At that time, Suyu will go to the altar of the Great Eastern Alliance to worship the fallen deities. Most likely, he will travel with the Jing deity, and we will lose our chance to strike again. The man also felt very passive. He said, "Do we need to wait until after the sacrificial god?" The duration of the Carnival of All Gods could be as long as half a year, or as long as 10 years. Our employer only gave us half a year. It took us 3 months to get here and 2 months to gather information. We only have 1 month left. We don't have time to wait for him to come back from the Carnival of All Gods. The woman said slowly, "So, we only have one chance to strike." The man's eyes flashed. "The day after the challenge ends?" The woman nodded. "Yes. After the challenge ends, the deities will leave, and Suyu will have no time to go to other cavern worlds. So, when the deities leave, it will be our time to strike." After thinking for a moment, the man said, "That's the only way." However, the woman frowned deeply. "Don't you think that our assassination seems to be calculated step by step? First, we are forced to withdraw from the black market, unable to continue to inquire about useful information. Then, we are forced to wait for Suyu to come back. As a result, we missed the opportunity to assassinate because the challenge came. Finally, after the challenge, the Carnival of All Gods will be held, forcing us to lose all opportunities to assassinate, leaving only the gap between the challenge and the Carnival of All God. Intuition tells me that the only opportunity to strike was deliberately left for us." The woman looked dignified. "We are in a passive position, and he has the initiative." After listening to the woman's analysis, the man also agreed and said in a deep voice, "However, we have no choice. If we don't seize this opportunity, we can only announce that we have to give up this mission. The Netherworld faction has never failed to carry out a mission. If we fail, when you and I go back, the punishment waiting for us will be even more terrible." The woman looked deeply uneasy. "This is what I am worried about. We have to strike." The two killers clearly noticed that Suyu had set a trap, but under Suyu's deliberate arrangement, they fell into a passive position from being the mastermind behind the scenes. Even though they knew it was a trap ahead, they had to jump in. "Don't worry too much. Without the deities and prospective deities, what can he do to us even if he is well prepared?" The man comforted. The woman sighed. "I hope so. However, I always feel that the power of this person's layout and calculation is frightening." As a prospective deity and a cold-blooded killer, she said this. Suyu stayed in the Jing deity's cavern world for a whole month. Although the Jing deity was surprised, he did not expel Suyu and allowed him to practice in the Jing deity's cavern world. For this, he also gave a lot of extra resources. With the help of these resources, Suyu broke through again and reached the stage 4 All Creation's realm. It was not until the day of the challenge that it was confirmed that there were deities in the Crane deity's cavern world that he returned to the Crane deity's cavern world with the Jing deity. Outside the mansion of the Crane deity's family, it was empty and deserted. However, at the top of the cavern world, where the line of sight could not penetrate, stood 8 or 9 figures with divine light scattered in all directions. Each of them exuded divine power that was worshipped by all living beings, and their faces were hidden in the divine light, not exposed at all. One of the majestic deities with a long sword on his back looked down indifferently. The other 8 or 9 deities stood scattered around him, waiting for the challenge to begin. Suddenly, the Jing deity and Su Yu arrived together. Su Yu did not enter the top of the world, but appeared directly in the desolate open field, standing with his hands behind his back, waiting for Bu Rui to appear. As the deities witnessed, he and Bu Rui fought. However, Su Yu was completely relaxed, with a faint smile on his face, and slowly looked around. Wait, when the deities leave, it will be the time for the Netherworld faction to strike, right? I have prepared a big gift for you, so enjoy it. Even at this moment, Su Yu did not take the challenge in front of him seriously. Chapter 1157. Below the peak of the world, amidst the clouds, there were many descendants of deities who had come to watch the battle. There were dozens of them. Not all of them came to support Bu Rui. The majority of them were neutral. In the eyes of the neutral, the outcome of this battle was not difficult to predict. As the strongest peak mortal fairy among the descendants of the deities, Su Yu, who had an undeserved reputation, was hardly a match for him. Only Sheng Yuanxin and Yang Tai believed that Su Yu was not as simple as he seemed. In the crowd, Bu Rui held his sword in his arms and sneered at Su Yu, who was waiting for him. "Brother Bu, is it time to go down and fight? The feather god has been waiting for a long time," a neutral god descendant said. Bu Rui smiled and said, "What's the hurry? So what if he waited a little longer? Otherwise, if I make a move and he ends up in a sorry state, wouldn't that be a slap to his face?" Many descendants of the deities secretly shook their heads. Leaving Su Yu out in the open in front of so many people was even more humiliating. Looking at the cold smile on Bu Rui's face, many descendants of the deities sympathized with Su Yu. It was really hard on him. Seeing that Bu Rui was ready to continue to ignore him, Su Yu said lightly, "Nephew Rui, you have made me wait for you for so long. Is this the attitude you should have towards your elders? You don't even know basic etiquette. Could it be that the sword god never taught you how to be a person?" As soon as these words came out, the descendants of the deities were in an uproar. "Dear nephew." Many descendants of neutral gods looked at Bu Rui, whose face turned stiff, red, and then blue, and couldn't help but secretly laugh. Sheng Yuanxin glared at Su Yu angrily and said, "This guy is really reckless. He even brought sword god in to scold him. If the son was ill-mannered, then of course it was the father who did not teach him well. Usually, Bu Rui was used to being arrogant, so what if he was domineering? Who dared to say a word?" Su Yu was the only one who spoke bluntly. At the peak of the world, Sword God's face was calm. He said indifferently, "Rui, don't wait anymore." In the clouds, Bu Rui tightly pursed his lips and gritted his teeth, saying hatefully, "Yes, father." Sure, with a leap, he floated in front of Su Yu like a phantom. He drew his sword and shouted, "Su Yu, let's begin." "All right, my dear nephew, please make your move." "I'll give you some pointers," Su Yu said calmly. Bu Rui, who was arrogant in his heart, was infuriated to the extreme. "Watch my sword." Undying sword body. Whoosh, a large number of swords crisscrossed, stabbing straight at Su Yu's main body from every corner. Su Yu revealed a praising smile. Not bad, the second stage of the sword path, the undying sword body. Compared with Jian Wuxing's sword principle, Bu Rui's power was undoubtedly more powerful with the help of the cultivation of the peak mortal fairy. However, in terms of perfection and subtlety, it was inferior to Jian Wuxing. The cavern world of the 9 prefectures had been suppressed by the central prefecture's king for a long time. She had been cultivating under pressure all the time. Jian Wuxing's undying sword body had been constantly pursuing precision and limits. On the other hand, even if Bu Rui had the guidance of the sword god, he could achieve great success in swordsmanship, but to reach perfection, he could only rely on his own perseverance. Bu Rui was impetuous and arrogant, so he might not be able to study his own shortcomings. Therefore, Su Yu easily identified the subtle flaws. His whole body revolved the 9 dragons' strength and shot out 9 beams of golden light consecutively, each striking the fleeting flaws. Just as he was brandishing the invincible sword body vigorously, attracting the loud cheers of the descendants of the gods, Bu Rui staggered and was a little flustered. His swordsmanship became chaotic. Those who cheered and cheered could not help but be surprised, and their voices faded away. The lack of temperament is reflected in the swordsmanship. Nephew, you need to calm down and cultivate. You need to know that complacency is the biggest taboo, Suyu commented. Bu Rui's face turned red. Was he really being guided by him? In his imagination, as soon as his long sword was drawn, Suyu would roll on the ground in embarrassment. Being guided by an all-creation's old monster in public, how could Bu Rui keep his face? He roared, the world of swordsmanship. The third realm of swordsmanship, the highest realm. In an instant, hundreds of millions of sword lights filled the world and slashed towards Suyu. Looking at this move, Suyu's expression became a little more serious, but only a little. 10 Dragons Body. The 10th dragon tendon that Suyu had never used before, the special dragon tendon that contained the divine blood, appeared. In his chest, near the position of the heart, a strong vein suddenly squirmed. In an instant, Suyu gained a power close to that of the gods. Although it was far inferior to the divine power, it was still ridiculously strong. In addition, the superposition of the 9 dragons' body was far from the explosive power of the 10th dragon tendon. What's more, the 10 dragons' body was the superposition of the 2 powers. Bang! 10 rays of golden light gathered and swept across the sky. Although there were hundreds of millions of sword lights, they were easily crushed by the golden light. Even as much as 10% of the remaining power of the golden light penetrated the golden light and went straight for Bu Rui. Bu Rui was caught off guard and was bombarded in the chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew upside down. However, after all, he was a descendant of the gods. With the tip of his toes, he removed the force and stood firm. His chest was stained with blood, his clothes were tattered, and his neatly tied ink-colored hair was disheveled. His image was a far cry from his former glory and splendor. At this moment, Bu Rui heard Suyu's faint comment. The sword light is fragile and can be destroyed with one sweep. To be honest, your third realm of swordsmanship is even worse than the second realm. Suyu said mercilessly, swordsmanship is like cultivation. Only with a solid foundation can you build a strategically advantageous building. Otherwise, if the foundation is not stable, the high-rise building will be shaky. If you can't master it, what's the point of building it? His second realm of swordsmanship was not perfect enough, so the power of the third realm was greatly reduced. Even Jian Wusheng, whose cultivation was far lower than his, exerted more power than Bu Rui. Being criticized again, and it was still the same word, completely infuriated Bu Rui. His self-esteem had been stimulated like never before. Suyu, you are courting death. Bu Rui roared, and a half-red and half-yellow light was emitted from his pores, which was a sign of the blood of the gods. Bu Rui, who was enraged, intended to use the ultimate move, the power of the descendant's blood. In an instant, a black sword shadow with a height of 100 feet appeared coldly behind Bu Rui. Looking at the black sword shadow, Suyu sensed danger. In the black sword shadow, there was the swordsmanship inherited from the blood of the sword god. That was the god-level swordsmanship. Divine path, fallen sword. Bu Rui had an almost ferocious look on his face. Everything was different from what he expected. No, to be precise, it was completely different. He did not teach Suyu a lesson, but was easily crushed to the ground by Suyu. Moreover, he had suffered a crushing defeat in front of all his close friends and deities. Therefore, he must defeat Suyu completely with a thunderous blow. Aren't you known as the reincarnation of the 9 dragons? Then, sacrifice your blood of the gods and let me see which god you are the reincarnation of. Bu Rui let out a grin. He did not believe anything at all. The saying of the reincarnation of the 9 dragons was all nonsense. Saying it in public would also puncture Suyu's halo and make him more embarrassed. However, Suyu still looked indifferent and sighed helplessly. He put his hands together, his expression solemn, and the 10 real spirit dragon veins in his body emitted extremely bright golden light. The golden light went from bright to dazzling, from dazzling to dazzling, and finally made people unable to look directly at it. Suddenly, there was a dragon's roar, and Suyu, who was full of golden light, turned into a 10-feet-long golden dragon in front of everyone. Golden scales, long dragon whiskers, mighty dragon claws, and the breath of the divine dragon that exuded a touch of divine power. Suddenly, in the clouds, the descendants of the gods were in an uproar. They also did not believe in the reincarnation of the 9 dragons. There was no such thing as the 9 gods in the world, but Suyu turned into a golden dragon in public, which really shocked them. Even Sheng Yuanshan and Yang Tai, who were the most familiar with Suyu, were shocked. Bu Rui was stunned for a moment, and his eyes were filled with deep shock, but he quickly reacted and urged the black sword shadow behind him to slash down. The golden dragon and the black sword, was it the dragon that destroyed the sword shadow, or the black sword that killed the dragon? Bang! The loud sound of the sky and the earth shook between heaven and earth. The dark shadow of the giant black sword was crushed by the golden dragon. The black sword shadow derived from the power of the bloodline was shattered, and Bu Rui was injured and spat out a mouthful of blood again. Defeated, completely defeated. From the beginning to the end, he was crushed by Suyu step by step. No. I surrender. Bu Rui screamed. Slap. However, the next moment, a golden palm slammed on his face and slapped him to the ground. Then, a golden foot stepped on his chest, and the tyrannical dragon power nailed Bu Rui to the ground, making him unable to move. Only a pair of eyes were left, fierce and resentful, staring at Suyu. What answered his eyes was Suyu's foot, stepping on his face. Under the great force, Bu Rui even heard the sound of his skull cracking. Suyu, who had returned to his human form, removed the effect of the dragon transformation technique and looked down at Bu Rui. You are not convinced because you know that I will not kill you. You are not convinced because you have a backer who is the sword god. You're unconvinced, not because you have a strong and unyielding character. On the contrary, this is a display of your cowardice. You don't even dare to admit your own shortcomings, and you're not even willing to accept your own defeat. You're pinning your hopes on your father, on your backer. Hearing this, many descendants of the gods were shocked by Suyu's arrogant behavior, but also deeply agreed. Suyu's words hit the nail on the head for Bu Rui. People are not afraid of having shortcomings, but they are afraid of knowing the shortcomings, and are not willing to face them. Suyu said lightly, "You have the identity of the Sen Luo law enforcer today, the enviable cultivation of the peak mortal fairy, and the halo of the descendants of the gods. In fact, that is just your good life. You are destined to get these from birth. In fact, you did not get these things yourself, but they were given by your father." The descendants of the gods were silent. If Bu Rui was single finger before, now even the descendants of the gods were in the ranks of preaching. However, what Suyu said was not unreasonable. They listened to it harshly, but they had to admit that what he said was the truth. Chapter 1158. The descendants of the gods in the clouds, who were not convinced, also began to think about it. In fact, they understood this problem very well. Their father could protect them for a while, but he could not protect them forever. However, the overall environment of the descendants of the gods was depraved and lazy. They were born to be the peak mortal fairies, and if they performed well, they were destined to be the successors of the gods. They had no pursuit in their life, so they lacked the motivation to work hard. Although they knew that they might face life and death in the future, because those things were too far away and too unrealistic, they could not feel nervous and could not get the motivation to work hard. Perhaps you will say that I will never leave the Great Eastern Alliance. In the alliance of 100 gods, where did the demons come from and where did the ferocious enemies come from? Suyu said in a powerful voice, and his mouth was full of cold mockery. Open your eyes and see, is the Great Eastern Alliance really a bright holy land, a carefree paradise? In the eastern region of the Xing River, there were 10 independent cavern worlds in the past 100 years. What about now? 10 were destroyed. Do you know how close the nearest independent cavern world is to the paradise in your heart? 2 months. As long as 2 months, the demons entrenched there will be able to send troops. Perhaps you will say that the Great Eastern Alliance has the protection of the 100 gods, and the demons can't attack. Then, what if the demons are all out? Can the Great Eastern Alliance still hold? Maybe you will say that if the demons come at us with all their forces, we will take precautions in advance. If one man holds the pass against 10,000 enemies, the demons won't be able to leave. Suyu sneered. But what if you don't have time to prepare? Haven't you ever thought about what it means when all the independent cavern worlds are dead? Are the demons really just simply devouring the creatures inside? This time, not only the descendants of the gods, but even the gods at the top of the world heard a little bit of awe. This means that even if the entire demon race comes out, you can't know the news in the first place. Because the independent cavern worlds along the way are all destroyed, no one will send you a message. Let me ask, when the demons are only 2 months away from you, will you have time to prepare? The Great Eastern Alliance is such a big alliance. How long will it take to recruit soldiers from various cavern worlds? Is 2 months enough? Suyu asked. The descendants of the deities tensed up. The Great Eastern Alliance had to be fully mobilized. How could it take less than a year or two? 2 months. The cavern world at the edge of the continent didn't have enough time to react. How long will it take to recall the wandering gods? Is 2 months enough? The hearts of the descendants of the deities throbbed. Currently, more than half of the deities on the continent were out traveling. The latest ones would take 1 or 2 years, and some would even take up to 10 years to return. At that time, the gods were besieged by the gods of the demon race and couldn't even take care of themselves. Who would come to save you? Heaven or earth? If you yell at the devil that you're not convinced, will he be scared shitless? In an instant, the world fell silent. In the sky and on the ground, apart from Suyu's voice, there was no other sound. If I were a demon, I would be letting myself down if I didn't attack now. Suyu sighed deeply. The more information he collected and the more he analyzed, the more he felt that the Great Eastern Alliance, which seemed to be prosperous, was in a precarious situation. The destruction of the independent cavern world was by no means a coincidence. It was the demon race's plan to cook the frog in warm water. When the Great Eastern Alliance reacted, everything would be over. However, his words carried little weight, and he was worried that he could not reach the gods. He could only reprimand Bu Rui today and point out the shortcomings of the Great Eastern Alliance. The news was blocked, and the enemy did not know that the enemy had arrived. The forces were scattered, and the enemy took advantage of the situation to attack. I am afraid that the respective cavern world would only have time to fight their own battles and be swallowed by the demons one by one. The gods had not returned, and the demon gods had joined forces. Not only was the individual strength of the demon gods far stronger than that of the ordinary races, but they also had an absolute advantage in number. When the gods were destroyed, the Great Eastern Alliance would basically become the mouth of the demon race. However, the biggest drawback was that they were comfortable and had no sense of crisis. It was clear that the demons were close at hand, and the crisis could break out at any time, but they placed their hopes on the gods. When the danger came, they buried their heads in the sand, thinking that if they could not see it, the danger was equivalent to no danger. Even though Bu Rui was unruly, Suyu's words were reasonable, and he could not help but be dissatisfied. Many descendants of the gods were even more alert. Among them, except for Yang Tai, who had a huge information network, few descendants of the gods would pay special attention to this, let alone analyze it. Because there were gods above their heads. They were not anxious, so why should they be anxious? What they didn't know was that the gods had been anxious for a long time. This child has revealed the true situation of our Great Eastern Alliance. I wanted to hide it from the creatures of the Great Eastern Alliance, but now it seems that I can't hide it anymore. A god sighed. As a god, how could they not know everything that Suyu said? Even if they did not know the intention of the demons to swallow the independent cavern world along the way one by one, it should have been clear later. They had been preparing in secret to strengthen the information network. The business intelligence network of the all-access merchant god had the effect of monitoring the demons. However, because it crossed the entire galaxy, the transmission of information was slow, and the time to know the movements of the demons in advance was no more than a year. At the same time, they also began to secretly recall the gods as early as 10 years ago. As a result, 30 gods had not replied so far, and most of the gods who responded were on their way back. The nearest one would take a year, and the farthest one would still take 10 years to come back. If the demons really attacked, everything would go according to Su Yu's expectations. First of all, the remaining 50 gods would be crushed by the number and strength of the demons. Then, each cavern world would fight separately and be defeated by the demons one by one. Then, the alliance of the gods, which had illuminated the galaxy for millions of years, would turn into darkness and become a dead land. The Great Eastern Alliance was indeed in crisis, and the gods had long been under pressure. In order to appease the people and not cause panic, they hid it. Now, it was revealed by Su Yu. It is said that this man is smart, and sure enough, if he had come to the Great Eastern Alliance a few decades earlier, maybe we would not have been so passive. A god looked at the Jing deity and exclaimed. Except for the Jing deity, who was supporting Su Yu, the other gods were supporting Bu Rui. At first, the Jing deity also felt a little isolated and very boring. When he heard this, he couldn't help but feel happy, as if Su Yu had one face for him. Well, Su Yu is proficient in calculation and resourcefulness. You can't help but admire him. The Jing deity praised. This was a compliment, but it was from the bottom of his heart. Heh. His strength is also amazing. 10 real dragon spirit veins have been transplanted into his body. To be precise, 10 prospective deities' dragon tendons have been transplanted into his body. No wonder the dragon form technique is so powerful. Another deity was impressed by Su Yu's strength. The situation that was thought to be one-sided was really one-sided, but it was Bu Rui who was on the losing side. Many gods praised Su Yu. If Su Yu had defeated Bu Rui, they would not have done so for the sake of the sword god. What really moved them was Su Yu's words. There were countless heroes in the Great Eastern Alliance, but there were very few who were as sober as him. Naturally, it was inevitable that they would appreciate it. Many of the gods who had been disgusted by him because of the gods he had kidnapped back then also nodded slightly and gave him a look of approval. At this moment, the sword god moved. In a flash, the sword god came to Su Yu and Bu Rui. Su Yu nodded lightly and loosened his foot. Bu Rui stood up awkwardly, lowered his head, and said nothing. Have you learned your lesson? The sword god said indifferently. Bu Rui's lips were slightly pursed and he lowered his head. His defeat, coupled with a sharp argument, finally dispelled his arrogance. The eyes of the sword god, hidden under the divine light, moved slightly and flashed with a bit of relief. Bu Rui's shortcomings in his swordsmanship, as the sword god, how could he not see them? However, no matter how much advice he gave, Bu Rui was proud and arrogant. He was proud of his amazing talent and disdained to pay attention to it. As a result, his swordsmanship had reached its current level. In addition, relying on the sword god, he was rampant and no one dared to wake him up until today. After you go back, do a good retreat. I understand. Bu Rui bowed his head, gritted his teeth, and bowed to Su Yu. Thank you, Feather God, for your guidance. After saying this, he broke through the air and flew away. Su Yu and the sword god were left on the field, and many gods were secretly worried about Su Yu. Just now, Su Yu stepped on Bu Rui to the ground and deliberately humiliated him. As a father, it was hard to say what the sword god would do. Su Yu, as a father, I should pay a tooth for a tooth. How you treat my son, I will treat you the same way. The sword god said lightly. Hearing this, the Jing god immediately came and stared at the sword god. Although he was not the opponent of the sword god at all, sitting back and watching Su Yu being punished would not destroy their plan. However, as a sword god, I am very glad that you treated him like this today, so that he can have a chance of survival in the future war between humans and demons. The sword god showed a faint kindness and raised his hand to take out a pill full of divine light. This is a heaven soul pill. It will benefit your soul. Consider it my reward. The sword god was worthy of being one of the 9 gods. At a glance, he saw that Su Yu was facing a breakthrough in the soul. Su Yu thanked him. Thank you, sword god. The sword god nodded. Well, take it on the spot. This pill contains my divine light. The longer it leaves me, the weaker the effect. Without thinking, Su Yu took it on the spot. This move won a good impression from the sword god. "Aren't you afraid that there is a problem with the pill?" Suyu asked. "If the sword god wants to do something to me, do you still need to rely on the pill?" "Oh, interesting boy." The sword god chuckled. "See you tomorrow at the Carnival of All Gods." After that, he returned to the peak of the world and reunited with several gods. Sword god, this boy is witty and smart. Now he is the agent of the crane god cavern world. It is better to let him participate in our discussion about killing the demons. The sword god nodded. Yes, but wait until the end of the Carnival of All Gods. Chapter 1159. However, the crowd that came to watch the battle today was complicated. They might be prospective deities from some cavern world, so he didn't think too much about it. "Boy, I'm leaving too," the Jing deity said. Suyu nodded. He didn't want the Jing deity to participate in the annihilation of the prospective deities of the Netherworld faction. Once he caught the two prospective deities, with the power of the gods, he would learn that they came from the family of the book deity, and then learn that the agreement between him and Sheng Yuanshin was about Qin Kui's case, not the Carnival of All Gods that he was concerned about. It was not difficult to imagine how angry the Jing deity would be if he learned that he had been deceived and killed him. There was no guarantee that he wouldn't do something bad to Suyu. The anger of a god was 1,000 times more troublesome than the killer of the Netherworld faction. Therefore, Suyu dared not let him intervene. "Tomorrow, we will go according to plan," Suyu said. The Jing deity nodded vigilantly and teleported away. It was reasonable for the sword god to order Suyu to swallow the elixir on the spot. Not only was the effect of the elixir perfect, but it was also extremely easy to digest. When the Jing deity left, Suyu had digested the elixir. Suyu clearly felt that his soul power had skyrocketed. From the current stage 4 all creations realm, he had reached the realm of the mortal fairy in one go. The soul power of the mortal fairy was extremely powerful, and there was a world of difference between it and the all creations. At this moment, Suyu didn't have to deliberately perceive it, but he could clearly perceive a hidden and carefully restrained killing intent in the crowd. The killer of the Netherworld faction. Only one person? Suyu's eyes flashed. Moreover, Suyu's thoughts were more fluent, and even his thinking was more agile. Not only his perception, thinking, and other aspects related to the soul had undergone unprecedented qualitative changes. What surprised him even more was that with the qualitative change of the soul, the barrier of the illusionary soul realm, which was only one layer, was finally broken, and he had naturally comprehended it to the top level. The role of the lower level of the illusionary soul realm was to confuse the enemy, the top level was to imitate all the magical powers of the enemy, and the top level was to control the enemy. Suyu was surprised. Why was the power of the upper level so extraordinary, but the top level seemed ordinary? He had achieved controlling the enemy through the imperial soul realm of the heaven's sun gazing at air a long time ago. Why did the top level of the illusionary soul realm go back? It was only when a piece of information appeared in Suyu's mind that he revealed a surprised expression. So that's how it is. This great circle is even more tyrannical than imitating other people's divine abilities and precious techniques. Suyu's face was filled with joy, and he had another idea. At that moment, Suyu finally felt that obscure murderous intent, which had suddenly appeared. The killers of the Netherworld school had made their move. Just as the gods were about to leave, he suddenly made his move. It was a burly man, his muscles full and powerful, and there was a faint divine power filling his body. He was a prospective deity master. In a split second, he appeared in front of Suyu, caught him off guard, and thrust a dagger that was covered in deadly poison toward Suyu. Regardless of whether it could penetrate into Suyu's body, as long as Suyu's skin was slightly cut, the poison would be enough to kill him on the spot. However, Suyu was prepared. He took out a golden arrow and stabbed it at the quasi-god without hesitation. The two shot almost at the same time, but in terms of length, the celestial destroying arrow was longer than the dagger. At the same distance, the dagger had not yet pierced Suyu's body, and the killer would be pierced by the celestial destroying arrow. The killer's heart sank slightly. Suyu's reaction speed was beyond expectations, which was enough to prove that their previous judgment was correct. This assassination was a trap waiting for them. Break. The killer failed to hit, and he detonated the dagger very decisively. However, there was a loud explosion. The dagger of a low-grade fairy artifact was sacrificed just like that. The dagger exploded, and a large amount of poison broke out. Along with the dagger fragments, they attacked Su Yu. The celestial destroying arrow in Su Yu's palm had to change its attack to block. It moved in front of him and blocked all the dagger fragments. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the killer whispered and condensed a divine power from his abdomen. As soon as the divine power came out, it turned into a golden light and shot directly between Su Yu's eyebrows. At this moment, Su Yu was blocking the fragments and could not react. Even in a dangerous situation, the killer's ability to adapt to the situation was almost instinctive, and he seized Su Yu's flaws. Su Yu's heart suddenly jumped, and he knew it was not good. At this critical moment, Su Yu shouted in a low voice, "Shunga!" Swoosh! Su Yu's arm flashed with green light, and Shunga flashed out. There was a butterfly quietly sitting on Shunga's head. "Little butterfly, he wants to steal your food to eat." Hearing this, the quiet chaos multicolored butterfly suddenly became angry. Shunga had always taught it that there was only one hatred in the world, and that was the hatred of stealing food. The hatred of stealing food. The chaos multicolored butterfly kept this in mind. Seeing that the person in front of it wanted to steal its food, it immediately flapped its wings angrily. He flapped his wings slightly, and the deadly divine power that was attacking Su Yu collapsed under the flapping of his wings. At the same time, the killer's face changed, and he hurriedly retreated. He saw that his burly body had cracks as thick as an arm, from head to toe, and even his soul was severely injured. The killer was shocked. Who was this inconspicuous butterfly? With just a flap of its wings, it made him almost die. If it weren't for the few divine powers in his body to protect himself, his soul would have been destroyed just now, and it would have been impossible for his soul to escape. However, the killer did not give up. He took out something backhand and stuffed it into his mouth. The injuries on the surface of his body and the injuries on his soul were immediately healed. As a killer, there was no shortage of top-grade healing elixirs. However, the killer had just recovered from his injuries, and suddenly there was a warning in his heart, as if something extremely dangerous was coming. He saw Su Yu stretch out his palm and point at him from a distance. A Milky Way light flickered faintly, and then a long halberd, which was as black as ink and full of shocking evil spirits, pierced through the void. The killer was shocked. The long halberd contained some kind of extremely evil spirit. Even he was scared out of his wits. Moreover, these evil spirits were all the power of the gods. If this long halberd really hit him, he would die. At the critical moment, the killer bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a faint golden blood. It was the blood of the quasi-god. The blood turned into a shield behind him, trying in vain to resist the long halberd for a moment, giving him time to react calmly. However, this was, after all, a complete god like the tree goddess, who had been pinned down for thousands of years. How could the blood of a quasi-god resist it? Poof! The shield formed by the quasi-god's blood did not even resist for a moment and was penetrated by the long halberd. The killer was shocked. He gritted his teeth again and took out 3 straw men. The straw men looked very similar to the killer. The 3 straw men were thrown out in 3 directions. The movement of the long halberd penetrating the killer slowed down, and he actually lost his target. Because in the perception of the long halberd, the direction of the 3 straw men was the same as the killer. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the killer did not retreat and counterattacked. He teleported away from the long halberd and roared towards Su Yu. Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. If it was an ordinary person who found out that the enemy had such an absolutely crushing weapon in his hands, he would have already chosen to escape. However, this killer was quick-witted and knew that this was the best opportunity. Die! The killer's voice was still in the air, and there was another poisoned dagger in his palm, which was stabbed fiercely towards Su Yu. Su Yu did not think about it and raised the celestial destroying arrow to stab it. However, the killer shouted fiercely, "Seize the weapon." A strange scene happened. The celestial destroying arrow in Su Yu's hand suddenly disappeared and appeared in the hands of the killer. This was the divine path of the killer, "Seize the weapon." At the moment of life and death, if his weapon was seized, wouldn't it be a dead end? Just as the dagger was less than 3 inches away from Su Yu, suddenly, from Su Yu's arm, a white finger stretched out. That finger lightly tapped on the dagger. The killer was horrified. Regardless of the poison on the dagger, his own stab had the power of a quasi-god. However, his arm at this moment could not stab, as if there was a power above him in that finger. Really, this is a treasure. What if I hurt the children if I throw it away? Even if I can't hurt the children, it will be distressing if the flowers and plants are hurt. Well, I will take it for you. The finger flicked on the dagger, and the killer's body was bounced off uncontrollably. The dagger was glued to the finger. Then, an arm appeared in the green light, and then a beautiful girl in an emerald green dress walked out of it, exuding the breath of nature and life. She quickly put the dagger in her sleeve. That speed was unparalleled. When the killer saw this person, he was shocked and lost his voice. God. Yes, it was a god, and the power of the gods that naturally exuded was not fake. Although the killer quickly saw that this god seemed to be seriously injured and was not as strong as he imagined, it was no problem for her to be stronger than him. What a trap! Even the gods were prepared. The killer's eyes turned, and he immediately turned to escape. The tree goddess chased after him with a smile. Don't go, I tell you, there are many bad people in the world. It is actually very dangerous for you to walk around with so many treasures. As for me, I am a goddess with a bottom line, a sense of honor, and a caring heart. You give all the treasures to me for safekeeping, and I will pay you interest on time every year. You are the biggest bad person in the world. The killer, who was fleeing, stumbled and almost fell. Oh, it doesn't matter if you fall, but the treasures must be fine. A god and a prospective god, one chasing and the other fleeing, in an instant, they had escaped an unknown distance. Looking at the mess on the ground, Su Yu sighed. A quasi-god is really difficult to deal with. Su Yu could crush Bu Rui, who was a peak mortal fairy, but a quasi-god in the early stage put Su Yu in danger. This was the case when Su Yu was prepared. If he was not prepared, he would have been poisoned by the dagger as early as the first move. In the end, it was the tree goddess who took action. However, just when everyone was relieved, Su Yu sneered. I have been waiting for you for a long time. 9 Suns Sword Formation. Whoosh. Chapter 1160. At the same time, Su Yu's figure flashed out of the sword formation. A barely discernible black shadow followed Su Yu and was about to leave the sword formation. However, as soon as the black shadow moved, the sword formation was suddenly activated. A sharp silver sword cut through the black shadow and forced it back. Su Yu left the sword formation and looked into it, but he couldn't see the killer. To be precise, Su Yu could clearly feel that there was a black shadow in the sword formation, but when Su Yu glanced at her, his eyes were always forcibly averted. Is this her divine path? Su Yu thought to himself. In the sword formation, the black shadow flickered constantly, trying to leave the sword formation, but found that it was a very superior sword formation, and it couldn't find a flaw to leave the sword formation. You knew there was a second killer? The black shadow was a woman, but her voice had lost its gentleness, and there was a hint of murderous intent. Su Yu said lightly, Of course I knew, this kind of thing is easy to guess. The Netherworld faction claims to never fail a mission, but how can there be 10,000 things in this world? There will always be a what-if situation, and you can maintain a record of never failing until today. In addition to the quality of the killers, there must be a more important factor, and that is, a backup plan. If a killer makes a mistake, there must be another, or even 2, 3, or even countless killers to make up for the what-if situation. So, I guess there are at least 2 killers coming to deal with me this time. If you take me seriously, you should have sent a third one, Su Yu said as he glanced around. The charming woman was secretly startled. She believed the rumors about this boy's intelligence to be 100% true. This man's calculations were flawless, and his ability to set up and design was unpredictable. If she were to re-evaluate, she would raise the difficulty of this mission by 2 levels, to level 6. This was the difficulty of assassinating a middle-stage prospective deity. In that case, you've secretly set up this sword formation while you were fighting the other assassin? The charming woman asked. Su Yu nodded lightly. If not, how could he have been in danger several times? That was because Su Yu had been distracted with setting up the Nine Suns sword formation and had no time to deal with the first killer, so his reaction was not sharp enough. You are so calculative. The charming woman sucked in a breath of cold air. It was no wonder that she had been fooled so easily. He was really too cunning. Without batting an eyelid, he set up the Nine Suns sword formation and even pretended to be relaxed to lure her into making a move. You flatter me, Su Yu said calmly. Then, his expression turned cold. Behead him. This sound came without any warning. The gentle woman was startled once more. She shouted in a deep voice, "You can tell that I'm stalling for time? What a joke. It's just a trick to stall for time. What else can't I see?" As Su Yu's voice faded, the 9 heavenly orchid silver bamboo swords were suddenly activated. In an instant, 9 silver lights flickered and weaved into a space that sealed off 9 angles, surrounding the charming woman and isolating her from the outside world. The charming woman gritted her teeth and took out a bronze-colored comb. The comb was a middle-grade immortal artifact. As she combed through the air, the 9 Suns sword formation began to sway. A few of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo swords that were closer to it also began to tremble, as though they were about to be expelled from the sword formation. Fortunately, the sword formation was activated. In an instant, the 9 silver lights penetrated back and forth in the enclosed space hundreds of times. The black-clothed woman did not even say a word. She stood there motionlessly. With a cracking sound, the comb in her hand was broken into countless pieces, and she was also cut into pieces hundreds of times. When the 9 Suns sword formation stopped operating, only the powdered comb and a pair of minced flesh were left on the ground. The crane deity's family was stunned. What kind of sword formation was this? It could strangle a prospective deity so easily. Su Yu glanced at it and said lightly, "I've underestimated a prospective deity after all. Can't you be killed like this?" The minced flesh on the ground turned into black flames with a puff. From the flames, a pitch-black phoenix was born. Its feathers were deep black, emitting wisps of black air. A pair of cold phoenix eyes stared at Su Yu coldly. Phoenix rebirth. It turns out that your original form is a black phoenix. Looking at the wisps of black air emitted from her body, Su Yu said in awe. Rebirth. Once she died, she could be reborn immediately. Invisibility was her divine path, and rebirth was her talent. As expected, a prospective deity was not so easy to kill. Human brat, you killed me once. Can you kill me again? The black phoenix flapped its wings, and its graceful phoenix body slowly floated into the sky. The black air around it became darker and darker. Su Yu was no stranger to that air. It was the energy of death, which was enough to kill Su Yu. Her words were still floating in the air, but her body had already flown over Su Yu's head. Her sharp phoenix claws were wrapped in a dense energy of death, and she made a fatal claw at Su Yu. Without hesitation, Su Yu grabbed the long halberd of evil fatal energy with one hand and collided with the claws. Suddenly, a terrible force came along the long halberd, trying to destroy Su Yu's body. At the critical moment, 10 rays of light shot out from Su Yu's body at the same time. His body turned into a golden dragon, and he attacked with all his might. However, a miserable groan was heard. Not only did the black phoenix fail to kill Su Yu, but Su Yu's long halberd penetrated the phoenix's claws, and pitch-black blood flowed out. The black phoenix lifted its claws and escaped from the long halberd. The black phoenix swooped down, spitting out black air from its mouth like flames, and rolled towards Su Yu. Burning death. Poof! The black flames contained fatal danger, and they engulfed Su Yu. With a dull sound, Su Yu's golden dragon body was burned into ashes by the flames. Feather God. The face of the crane deity's family changed dramatically. Su Yu was dead. A hint of relief appeared in the black phoenix's eyes. Looking down at the black air flowing ceaselessly from the phoenix's claws, and sensing the remaining evil fatal energy in her body, she couldn't help but smile bitterly in her heart. Sacrificing a killer to distract the strongest tree goddess, she still performed a rebirth from the ashes, and with severe injuries, she barely managed to kill this person. The difficulty of this mission was definitely comparable to a level 6 mission. However, the mission was finally completed, and it was time to retreat. However, right at this moment, the Black Phoenix looked at the pile of ashes on the ground abruptly, and gradually, her eyes were filled with horror. All of a sudden, a mass of pitch-black flames emerged from the ashes on the ground. Then, from the pitch-black flames, a giant black dragon flew out. Rebirth from the ashes! The Black Phoenix couldn't believe her eyes. Wasn't this her innate magical power? Moreover, it was a unique talent of Phoenix's. Why did it appear in this dragon? Surprise, shock, and confusion flickered in her eyes at the same time. Then, a deep murderous intention flashed in her eyes. This human was so weird that the Black Phoenix felt extremely uneasy. Swish! With a sharp air-piercing sound, the Black Phoenix swooped down again. She wanted to kill Suyu when he was still unstable after his rebirth from the ashes. However, right at this moment, Suyu shouted softly, "Giant divine soldier!" Boom! Boom! All of a sudden, the whole ground started to shake violently. In the backyard of the crane deity's family, a secret chamber was smashed by a fist that was as large as 1,000 feet. It was a fist that stretched out from the ground. Then, as if the sky and earth were being split apart, a huge crack that was thousands of feet thick appeared in the mansion of the crane deity's family. From the depths of the ground, a giant whose whole body was golden climbed out. On the head of the giant stood Wang Yunxian, who was laughing heartily. "Little Su, I'm here to help you." However, after standing up, the giant didn't move at all and didn't obey his orders. Wang Yunxian's face stiffened. What's going on? Wasn't it very obedient during the test? Is it broken again? The Black Phoenix looked at the giant metal giant that was as tall as 10,000 feet in shock. She could feel that the giant was giving off a very powerful aura. At least, it was far beyond what she could handle. Apart from the trepidation, the Black Phoenix's only consolation was that the giant divine soldier seemed to have some problems after it was refined. It didn't obey orders. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Phoenix's eyes flashed with cold murderous intent. She clawed at Suyu fiercely, trying to kill him again. However, right at this moment, a giant fist that was as large as 1,000 feet fell from the sky all of a sudden. The Black Phoenix was taken aback. Looking up, all she could see was darkness. The fist had covered the whole sky. How could she dare to continue clawing at Suyu? Spreading her black wings, she flew away rapidly. However, just as she dodged the fist, the top of her head turned black again. Another fist was coming at her, which was well prepared. The Black Phoenix had nowhere to hide and was hit by the giant divine soldier's fist. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere. The Black Phoenix's body was smashed into pieces. It turned out that at this critical moment, the giant divine soldier suddenly obeyed orders again. Black flames rose from the meat paste that the Black Phoenix had turned into again. Apparently, it was going to be reborn again. Suyu's eyes flashed coldly. "Do you think I'll let you resurrect?" Titter. The long halberd of evil fatal energy pierced through the sky and nailed the meat paste into the meat paste. The powerful evil fatal energy extinguished the flames. No matter how hard the meat paste wriggled and tried to be reborn, it couldn't move the long halberd at all. If it could be moved so easily, the tree goddess had been nailed to the throne for so many years. That would be such a waste. Poof! All of a sudden, a small cluster of black flames emerged and transformed into a black phoenix the size of a thumb. It stared at Suyu coldly. "You can't kill me. No matter how many times you kill me, I can always be resurrected." Chapter 1161. Ah! Suddenly, a cry of surprise came. It was the tree goddess who had returned. She stood behind Suyu and looked at him in surprise. "My dear Feather, you are so talented. Even I can't think of such a quick and easy way to make money," the tree goddess exclaimed. Suyu said with a gloomy face, "Why am I not happy to be praised by you? Oh, my dear Feather, you are too great. You are the god of light. You have pointed out the direction of light for me, who was lost. You have lit up a light of hope for my dark life. I have decided that from today onwards, I will train this black phoenix and open up our fantasy circus." The tree goddess rubbed her hands, saliva dripping from the corners of her mouth as if she had already seen the scene of her hands going numb from collecting tickets. The black phoenix sneered. "Don't act. Do you think you can scare the killer of the Netherworld faction with a little intimidation? You have underestimated the Netherworld faction. Suyu touched his nose. Ah. I did mean to scare you, but that rogue god might not. The tree goddess was so poor that she could do anything devoid of conscience. I do want to pry some information about the Netherworld faction from you, Suyu said calmly. After all, those who dare to kill me have no reason to live in this world. Hearing that, the Black Phoenix was stunned. This guy was so arrogant. Did he want to wipe out the Netherworld faction? Even though she knew this person was good at scheming, the Black Phoenix just smiled contemptuously. Because the Great Eastern Alliance was not sure that they could wipe out the Netherworld faction. When the Netherworld faction was at its peak, it assassinated 3 deities in a row. As a result, the Great Eastern Alliance sent 20 deities deep into the land of divine remains, ready to give the Netherworld School a thunderous blow. But in the end, the Netherworld School was safe and sound, while the 20 deities returned in frustration. Among them, 2 deities were left behind forever. It was not only because the world of divine remains was close to the demon territory and had a special geographical location. It was also because the world of divine remains shared a common enemy and regarded the Great Eastern Alliance as a potential enemy. Entering the world of divine remains was like falling into a vast ocean. There were enemies everywhere. They couldn't even find the specific location of the Netherworld faction, so how could they destroy it? Haha, before you came, you didn't expect to fall into the hands of an All Creations Junior, did you? Suyu smiled faintly. There might be impossible things in this world, but that was before you met me. I will pay a visit to the Netherworld School sooner or later. Hearing Suyu's confident words, the Black Phoenix did not know why, but she was a little worried. This young human was completely different from any of the enemies she had encountered before. No matter what you do to me, whether you torture me, tempt me, or force me to confess, don't even think about getting information about the Netherworld faction out of me. As an assassin of the Netherworld faction, I've long been prepared to die. The Black Phoenix looked as if she had been freed, and she wasn't afraid of Suyu's threat in the slightest. Suyu's lips curled into a smile. Did no one tell you that the path of souls exists in this world? If you want to know the secrets of a person's soul, you don't have to ask them yourself. HMPH, soul search or mind control? All of us assassins have received the protection of the death god. Our souls can't be searched or controlled by outsiders. Looking at the Black Phoenix's fearless expression, Suyu said indifferently, "What a foolish woman. You have forgotten my words so quickly. There might be impossible things in this world, but that was before you met me. You." The Black Phoenix looked at Suyu in shock. Before she could finish speaking, 2 beams of green light shot out of Suyu's eyes abruptly. The Black Phoenix was caught off guard and was instantly hit by the green light. The 2 beams of green light were very domineering. They turned into 2 sharp arrows that pierced through her soul and nailed it in place, rendering it motionless. The Black Phoenix's eyes struggled for a moment. Then, her expression gradually softened and calmed down. At last, the virtual figure bowed in the air and said gently, "I am Liluor of the Black Phoenix clan. Greetings, Master. I have offended you before. Please punish me, Master." The tree goddess blinked her eyes and said, "What an overbearing soul-controlling technique. The method of control is not coercion, but forcibly controlling her thoughts and making her acknowledge you as her master. Even the gods who cultivate the path of the soul can rarely achieve such a technique. This was the effect of the great completion of the illusionary soul realm. It was pitilessly domineering and could make the one being controlled willingly submit to it. In this way, not only was the mind of the one being controlled preserved, but all of her strength was also preserved. To put it simply, it could turn any enemy into a loyal servant in the blink of an eye. Its domineering nature was remarkable. Of course, the precondition was that the target had to be weak or defenseless. Tell me the details of the Netherworld faction. After a while, Suyu's eyes flickered. The structure of the Netherworld faction was extremely complicated. Early-stage prospective deities like Liluor could only be regarded as mid-level figures in the Netherworld faction. Above them were the top-notch killers of middle-stage prospective deities and late-stage prospective deities. Further up was the most mysterious master of the Netherworld faction, the Death Deity. Having learned a lot about the Netherworld faction, Suyu nodded slowly and put away the long halberd. Liluor was reborn from the flames and turned into a beautiful middle-aged woman. She knelt on the ground and listened to Suyu's orders at all times. Her expression was very natural, without any sense of being forced. What about the other killer? Suyu looked at the tree goddess. The tree goddess clutched her pocket tightly and pouted. I urgently need to replenish my godly spirit. The godly spirit of this prospective deity is not stable enough. I can just dig it out and use it as my supplement. Suyu said placidly, how much can a mere prospective deity replenish for you? If you are obedient during tomorrow's carnival of all gods, I can help you greatly replenish your godly spirit. Haha, I know you love me. My good husband, when are we getting married? And then get a divorce and divide my assets, right? Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking. How can you be so righteous? The tree goddess handed the first killer she caught to Suyu. He was in good condition, which showed how easy it was for the tree goddess to catch him. As soon as he came out, his first reaction was not to escape but to assassinate Suyu, who was right in front of him. With the tree goddess around, he could not escape, so he could only capture Suyu. Humph! Liluor, who was half kneeling on the ground, snorted coldly and struck out with her palm. Both of them were early-stage prospective deities, but Liluor's combat power was obviously a notch higher than his, and she managed to repel him. The killer was shocked. Liluor, have you pledged allegiance to her? From Liluor's eyes, the killer could not see any signs of her soul being manipulated. You want to kill my master? I'll kill you first. Liluor's eyes were filled with malice. She was about to finish him off when Suyu stopped her. The tree goddess understood. With a shift of her mind, a large number of vines grew from the ground and entangled the killer abruptly, wrapping him up like a huge dumpling, only revealing a pair of eyes and mouth. I can also pledge allegiance to you, the killer said. Suyu said placidly, do you believe what you just said? The killer said, if Liluor can pledge allegiance to you, so can I, Jingang. One killer from the Netherworld faction is enough for me. What's the use of one more? Suyu said placidly, in terms of capability, position in the Netherworld faction, and information about the Netherworld faction, you're far from Liluor's. It's meaningless to take you in. Jingang naturally did not pledge allegiance willingly, but seized the opportunity to escape and kill Suyu. However, although I don't intend to take you in, you're still of great value to me. Suyu smiled faintly and cast a glance at the tree goddess. The tree goddess smiled. With a shift of her mind, Jingang's soul was suppressed until it was in a weakened state, unable to resist. Next, Suyu successfully controlled it as well. The two prospective deities half-knelt before Suyu. Only then did Hiruchu approach with a face full of shame. Feather God, we're really useless. Suyu had encountered an assassination attempt at the doorstep of the Crane deity's family. The Crane deity's family was full of people, but they had no powerful fighters to use. It was truly a tragedy. Your capability is limited. If you rush up rashly, apart from becoming hostages for the killers and hindering me from killing them, you won't be of much use. You've done well to stop your people, Suyu said approvingly. If Hiruchu hadn't stopped his people, the scene would have been chaotic, and chaos was advantageous to the killers. Feather God, these two killers, how are you going to deal with them? Hiruchu's eyelids twitched as he looked at the two prospective deities of the Netherworld faction. Rumor had it that the prospective deity killers of the Netherworld faction were extraordinarily powerful. Any one of them could kill an ordinary prospective deity of the Great Eastern Alliance on their own. Unexpectedly, two of them were killed by the Feather God in a row. More importantly, they obeyed Suyu's orders now, which indirectly increased the strength of the Crane deity's family. Suyu pointed at Liluor. Take her back to the family to rest and recuperate. For the next period of time, she will temporarily guard the Crane deity's family on my behalf. The carnival of all gods was about to begin. As a substitute deity, Suyu was likely to be away for a long time. As for Jingang, Suyu's lips curled into a cold smile. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Great young Master Qin misses me so much. If I don't pay him a visit, it'll be disrespectful. 2 traps, each more dangerous than the last. If he didn't return the favor, hehe. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, a voice filled with hatred sounded. Lord Feather God, if you want to go to the Crane Deity's family, I'm willing to lead the way. Turning his head, he saw it was Bu Thierry, the former captain of the law enforcement team in the Crane Deity's cavern world. That day, he was used by Qin Feichen and thrown into the Crane Deity's cavern world in an attempt to kill Su Yu. Whether Su Yu would die or not, Bu Thierry would definitely be killed. Qin Feichen was obviously sending him to his death. Su Yu said with a smile, after all, he was your former master. Can you be so cruel? Bu Thierry revealed a look of hatred. It's not that I'm heartless, but the Book Deity's family is unjust. I'm willing to serve you, Lord Feather God. Su Yu cast a meaningful look at Bu Thierry and said with a faint smile, all right, after this, you'll stay in the Crane Deity's cavern world and stay by my side. In response, Wang Yunxian only chuckled. A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in, I have no objection. How could Bu Thierry's little scheme be hidden from the two of them? Bu Thierry took the initiative to lead the way and offer his services, hoping to gain Su Yu's protection. Chapter 1162. Thank you, Feather God. Thank you, Master Wang. Bu Thierry was overjoyed. His eyes were cold. Book Deity's family, don't blame me this time. Feather God, I have something to report to you. Bu Thierry said. After Su Yu nodded, Bu Thierry said, Feather God, have you ever wondered why Qin Feichen could see through your weakness? This. I heard that the Book Deity's family has a treasure called the Book Deity's Treasury. It gathers all the knowledge in the world and can see through all secrets. Did Qin Feichen use it? Bu Thierry said, yes. The Book Deity's treasury is formed by the accumulated knowledge of the past Book Deities. It is mysterious and extraordinary. Once it is used, no secret in the world can be hidden from the Book Deity's treasury. Feather God, you'd better destroy the Book Deity's treasury. Otherwise, it will be a great threat to the Feather God. Su Yu was good at scheming. If Qin Feichen used the Book Deity's treasury and saw through Su Yu's plan, he would be able to give Su Yu a fatal blow at some point. If he Ruchu hadn't tipped him off, he would have been killed. The Book Deity's treasury? Su Yu also felt the threat of this thing. It would be a great threat if it was not eliminated. Tomorrow was the Carnival of All Gods. His and the Jing deity's plot was a shocking event that could not be exposed. Once the 100 deities knew about it, they would attack together and kill the two of them. If Qin Feichen heard some news and used the Book Deity's treasury to investigate, then, Su Yu broke out in a cold sweat. How could there be such a thing in the world that shouldn't exist? Bu Thierry looked around and said in a low voice, in fact, the deities are also very dissatisfied with the Book Deity's family building the Book Deity's treasury because their secrets are always in the Book Deity's family's hand. However, they can't destroy the treasure without a good reason. If the Feather God is willing to destroy it, the deities won't stop you when you attack. They might even help you secretly. Is that so? Su Yu's eyes were cold. He had too many secrets that he didn't want others to know. He had to destroy the Book Deity's treasury. Little Su, are we going to do something big again? Wang Yunxian hadn't recovered from the excitement of destroying the two prospective deities of the Netherworld faction. Suddenly, he learned that Su Yu was going to do another earth-shattering thing. Wang Yunxian was instantly energized. Bring the giant god warrior and follow me. Let's go and give Qin Feichen a big gift. Su Yu said with a cold smile. Swish swish, suddenly, a large number of sharp auras came from afar. They were the descendants of the deities who had left and returned. When they sensed the shocking phenomenon, they all turned back to take a look. Su Yu's eyes flickered, and he secretly ordered Jingang to pretend that it couldn't defeat the enemy and flee for its life. As an assassin, King Kong's camouflage skills were superb. He flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood. He crashed heavily on the ground as if he had suffered a powerful blow. Jingang stood up quickly and shouted, Su Yu, don't even think about stopping me from killing the descendants of the gods today. As it spoke, King Kong transformed into a stream of light and fled. Su Yu and Wang Yunchuan's faces tightened. Then, they shouted, "With us here today, the assassins of the Netherworld faction will not be able to leave this place alive." Swish swish, the two of them jumped onto the giant god warrior and controlled it to run wildly on the ground. Although the giant god warrior was huge, it was very agile and fast. Its speed was no less than that of an early-stage prospective deity. This giant soldier god, which was thousands of feet tall, was a mysterious weapon that Wang Yunxian had refined based on the blueprint found in the god's relic. The blueprint called this weapon a giant soldier god. The lowest level of this weapon had the terrifying strength of a prospective deity. If there were enough materials, it would not be a problem to refine it into a late-stage prospective deity. Unfortunately, all of these materials were rare and precious objects in the starry sky that were as old as 10,000 years. They were completely extinct on the continent. The only way to find them was in the Xing River. Hearing that, Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. He paid attention to the names of those materials. Not long after they left, they ran into the descendants of the deities who had returned. Feather deity, what happened? Sheng Yuanxin, who was the leader of the descendants of the deities, said with a serious face, "I sense the aura of a prospective deity." Su Yu said seriously, "Yes. I found 2 prospective deities from the Netherworld faction were tailing you. So, we had a fierce battle. One of them was subdued by me. The other one escaped. Tailing us." The descendants of the deities turned pale immediately. For them, the Netherworld school was a dreadful existence that would make them turn pale at the mere mention of it. Moreover, it was at the level of prospective deities. Except for Sheng Yuanxin, who had the strength to contend with them, the rest of the people present would only face the fate of being slaughtered. After learning that one of them escaped, they even forgot how Su Yu could subdue one of them. Sheng Yuanxin looked at Su Yu suspiciously. However, as the Senluo law enforcer, she couldn't ignore the killers of the Netherworld faction intruding the Great Eastern Alliance. She said, "I will go with you to kill these killers." Yang Tai touched his chin. He was the only one who knew those 2 killers didn't come for the descendants of the deities but for Su Yu. Now, Su Yu lied to them. Yang Tai couldn't help but laugh. What is this guy thinking? Heh, it seems interesting. I will go and have a look. The rest of you, go to the nearby cavern world immediately and ask for the protection of the local deities. We will go and kill the killers of the Netherworld faction. Sheng Yuanxin dispersed the crowd and went after the killers with Su Yu, Wang Yunxian, and Yang Tai. The news spread in the streets at an amazing speed. Big news. Have you heard? The prospective deity killers of the Netherworld faction came to the Great Eastern Alliance to slaughter the descendants of the deities. However, one of them was subdued by the feather god and the other was seriously injured. What? The prospective deity killers of the Netherworld faction? What? The feather god is so powerful. Even the prospective deity killers of the Netherworld faction were subdued by him? No way. Is the feather god so powerful? Why is it impossible? I heard that the feather god turned into a golden dragon in public and defeated Bu Rui easily. He is a real deity reincarnated by 9 dragons. By the way, what kind of deity is the 9 dragons deity? Why haven't I heard of it? Who cares? It must be an extremely powerful deity. The Great Eastern Alliance has a history of millions of years. Many deities have been born. What's so strange about it? Stop talking nonsense. Where is the killer of the Netherworld faction that the feather god is chasing? I heard that he fled to the cavern world of the tree deity, Crack, in the secret chamber of the book deity's family in the cavern world of the book deity. Qin Feichen's face was gloomy. He smashed the table in front of him with a palm. Useless. He is just an all creations. Not only can 2 great prospective deities do nothing to him, but one of them was subdued and the other was chase. Beside him, Wucho didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The Netherworld faction, which claimed to have never failed a mission, failed the mission. However, the failure was not the key. It was an incredible failure. Why were the killers of the Netherworld faction inferior to ordinary killer organizations? After being defeated, they turned to the target they were supposed to kill. After a long time, Wucho said, "Young master, Now is not the time to care about success or failure. We should be more concerned about the whereabouts of Jingang. What? Where is he being chased to? Does he need my attention? Qin Feichen heard the hidden meaning in his words. Wu Chou said solemnly, Master, Jingang came to the cavern world of the book deity and came all the way to the family of the book deity. Upon hearing that, Qin Feichen's eyes flickered. As a killer, he wouldn't be stupid enough to ask me for help and expose his employer, would he? Besides, the Netherworld faction will never disclose the employer's information to killers who are on a mission. Thinking of this, Qin Feichen's face did not relax. Instead, he fell into deep thought. If that is the case, why did he come to the family of the book deity? Wu Chou said, Young master, this matter most likely has something to do with Su Yu. I don't know what's going on with that Jingang. He is running and yelling at the same time. His purpose in coming to the Great Eastern Alliance is to kill all the descendants of the deities. There is something strange about this. Qin Feichen became serious. After a while, he said, let's wait and see. The book deity's treasury has been used last time. It will take some time for it to be reopened again. Otherwise, we should be able to find out Su Yu's purpose very clearly. Wu Chou nodded slowly. Yes, I think after this matter, we should use the book deity's treasury to investigate Su Yu himself. I always feel that he is too mysterious. Maybe he has some amazing secret. Upon hearing this, Qin Feichen frowned slightly. The price of using the book deity's treasury once is not high. Using it just for him. Alright, anyway, this time we are going to calculate the many variables in the carnival of all gods and the secrets of the various deities. It is good to speculate on him while we are at it. Right at that moment, a panicked report came from outside the door. Young master, things are bad. The Netherworld faction's killer Jingang has run into the family of the book deity and is on a killing spree. The 4th young master, the 7th young master, and the 9th young master are all dead. What? Qin Feichen slammed the table and stood up. The Netherworld faction's killer had really come to the family of the book deity. Send my order. Immediately ask the prospective deity seniors of the family to come and protect me. In addition, send a message to the Glaze Fairy deity and ask her to help. Qin Feichen yelled continuously. Swoosh. Soon, an old prospective deity appeared in front of Qin Feichen. He was also a member of the Qin family and was an artificial prospective deity. Many years ago, he obtained the godly spirit of a prospective deity and successfully became a prospective deity. However, because it was not his own godly spirit, he could not take a step forward and remained in the early stage of the prospective deity. From now on, do not leave my side, under any circumstances. Qin Feichen cherished his life very much. As for the other descendants of the book deity, they were naturally not as important as him. Yes, young master. Let's go and have a look. When they came to the front yard, they found a burly man who was hunting down the people of the Qin family. 7 or 8 descendants of the book deity had been killed, and only a few descendants were left. Jingang killed everyone in sight, but when he caught a glimpse of Qin Feichen and the early-stage prospective deity behind him, he ignored them and continued to hunt down the rest of the family. Looking at the corpses all over the ground and the unscrupulous Jingang, Qin Feichen's heart was bleeding. Chapter 1163. Qin Feichen narrowed his eyes and glanced around. Don't leave me. This might be Su Yu's plot to lure you away from me so that he can assassinate me. You can't leave me before the Glaze Fairy deity arrives. The old man was anxious, but he understood that Qin Feichen was the heir of the book deity. Anyone else could die except for Qin Feichen. Helpless, the old man could only watch the scene unfold helplessly, until the earth shook violently, and a giant 10,000 feet tall descended upon the book deity's family. Su Yu yelled righteously, shameless killer of the Netherworld faction, how dare you assassinate so many experts of the Great Eastern Alliance? Surrender now. Sheng Yuanshin muttered to herself, isn't he being too excited? Seeing Jingang had finally started his killing spree, Sheng Yuanshin couldn't sit still anymore. She flew down with the golden whip in her hand and caught up with Jingang to fight. However, Jingang ran into her, but didn't fight. On the top of the giant divine soldier, Butiri secretly told Suyu where the important place of the book deity's family was, especially the place where the book deity's treasury was hidden. Suyu's eyes shone with shrewdness as he secretly passed on the order to Jingang. The next moment, Jingang, who was slaughtering in the backyard, suddenly fled toward a heavily guarded palace. Seeing that, Qin Feichen's face tightened. That's the book deity's treasury. Miss Yuanshan, please stop him. Sheng Yuanshan was about to nod when Suyu's yell came from above. Sheng Yuanshan, get out of the way. Let the giant divine soldier come. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant divine soldier's foot stomped down. Sheng Yuanshan glared at Suyu. Was he going to stomp her to death too? She dodged hurriedly, and the giant divine soldier's foot stomped down. Jingang didn't step on him, but the independent space where the book deity's family stored the infinite resources was crushed by the prospective deity's foot. Poof! All of a sudden, the sky full of resources was squeezed out from the crushed space, spraying in all directions like a waterfall. Instantly, the creatures near the crane deity's family were overjoyed and flew into the sky to pick up the treasures. These were rare treasures in the outside world, and any one of them was worth a lot of divine coins. Damn! How can I miss out on helping others by picking up treasures? The tree goddess flew out indignantly. With a thought in her mind, countless vines shot out from the ground and entangled the falling treasures in the air at lightning speed. To be more precise, all living beings within the range of the vines were also the targets of the vines. The spatial rings, ornaments, and even clothes of good quality were all plundered by the vines. As a treasure hunter, this is the attitude you should have. Pick everything up, leave nothing behind. A certain goddess earnestly instructed the nearby treasure hunters. A group of treasure hunters who had their clothes stripped said, "You're robbing us." The resources that had been squeezed out were only 1% of the resources of the book deity's family. The other 99% had been reduced to ashes along with the annihilation of the space. Qin Feichen was furious. Suyu, what did you do? Even Sheng Yuanshan couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Suyu had made a big mistake by destroying the resources of the book deity's family. It might not contain all the resources of the book deity's family, but it should occupy half of them. After all, it was the accumulation of the book deity's family for thousands of years. Suyu had a solemn look on his face. I'm sorry, nephew Feichen, but the annihilation of the Netherworld faction is a serious matter, so I hope you can bear with it. The giant soldier god stepped on King Kong again. King Kong was currently in a huge palace that looked like a book. Seeing that, the old man was so anxious that his soul almost flew out of his body. He hurried to say, "Don't step on it. Inside is the secret cultivation realm of the book deity's family. It has cost the book deities of the past generations." Puff! With another muffled sound, the huge palace suddenly collapsed. The space inside was rapidly compressed, and finally, it exploded with a bang. The mystic realm was finished. Large amounts of resources from the secret realm were blasted out and scattered all over the ground. Then, with a loud laugh, the figure of a certain treasure-hunting goddess appeared and disappeared. The strange thing was that the rest of the treasure hunters had resigned and left the treasure-hunting industry, silently looking at the back view of the treasure-hunting goddess. Nephew Feichen, please bear with the greater picture, Suyu said solemnly. Subsequently, King Kong fled to another hall. Don't step on it. That is the Divine Path Enlightenment Room left behind by the book deities of the past generations. It contains the lost Divine Path Enlightenment of the past deities. It is an important place for the book deities' family. Puff, nephew Feichen, please bear with the greater picture. Don't step on it. That is left behind by the book deities of the past generations. Puff, nephew Feichen, please bear with the greater picture. Don't step on it. That is, Puff, nephew Feichen, please bear with the greater picture. Don't, Puff, nephew Feichen, what did you say you didn't want just now? King Kong fled all the way. Suyu controlled the giant soldier god to chase after him, destroying countless important places of the book deity's family along the way. Anyway, King Kong had been to the few places that Butiri had mentioned that were related to the rise and fall of the book deity's family. Finally, only the most important place was left, the book deity's treasury. The book deity's perseverance was feared by all deities, and it was all thanks to the book deity's treasury. Who wouldn't be afraid of someone who knew their secrets? The deities hated the book deity's treasury to the core, but no one dared to take the lead in destroying it. That was because the book deity had an extremely important backer, who ranked in the top 5 among the 100 deities. That person was also a big shot who could make the Great Eastern Alliance tremble with a stomp of his foot. Therefore, no deity dared to destroy the book deity's treasury. That was also why the book deity dared to travel and was so at ease with the book deity's treasury. King Kong fled to the deepest part of the book deity's family, in front of the 10 Green Mountains. Finally, Qin Feichen could no longer sit still. Don't worry about me, stop King Kong in front of the book deity's treasury. The elder received the order. He, who was already drenched in sweat from anxiety, bellowed and chased after King Kong. He had been stuck at the early stage prospective deity level for many years, and his abilities were above King Kong's. As soon as he attacked, strange phenomena appeared in the heavens and earth. King Kong's face was filled with fear. He had no choice but to stop and face the enemy head-on. However, right at that moment, a giant foot kicked at him abruptly, blowing up the elder's body. All that was left was an old soul that leaped out with a lump of godly spirit. Qin Feichen's murderous intent surged as he bellowed, "Su Yu! What are you doing?" Su Yu shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Your prospective deity couldn't take things easy and knocked his head against the foot of the giant divine soldier, shattering his body. What else could I do? I don't have time to comfort someone who can't take things easy in front of a great enemy. The elder's soul was trembling with rage. You were the one who kicked me. How did I knock into it? Qin Feichen was infuriated by Su Yu's word. However, staring at the giant divine soldier, Qin Feichen was furious, but he dared not stop it. Qin Feichen could sense Su Yu's murderous intent against him very clearly. Once Su Yu found an excuse to attack him, he would destroy him at all costs, just like the elder. Swoosh! King Kong fled into the 10 Green Mountains. Su Yu's lips curled into a cold smile as he maneuvered the giant divine soldier to stomp down abruptly. Bang! The Green Mountains shook, but they were not damaged. From within the 10 Green Mountains, beams of extremely powerful divine energy were emitted. Su Yu's gaze froze. According to Bu Tianyi, the book deity's treasury was hidden beneath the 10 Green Mountains. The 10 Green Mountains were defensive barriers left behind by the 10 generations of book deities with the purpose of protecting the book deity's treasury from being destroyed. A mere prospective deity couldn't possibly break through the barriers of the Green Mountains. Seeing that Su Yu couldn't break through the barrier, Qin Feichen heaved a sigh of relief. The book deity's family had established itself in the Great Eastern Alliance by relying on the book deity's treasury that had been accumulated over the generations. If this item was lost, the status of the book deity's family would suffer a disastrous decline. However, Su Yu didn't panic. Instead, a meaningful smile appeared at the corners of his lips. He looked up at the sky and said, "We have failed in our pursuit of the Netherworld faction's assassins. If the deities of the heavens are watching, please lend us a hand." As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of divine energy mixed with complex scents descended from the sky and bombarded the first Green Mountain. All of a sudden, the restrictive Green Mountain set up by the first generation of book deity exploded. A faint smile appeared on Su Yu's face. The deities of the heavens couldn't sit still any longer. They all wanted to seize this opportunity to destroy the book deity's treasury. As he thought of this, Su Yu put on a troubled expression. Deities of the heavens, this assassin is extremely cunning. I'm afraid 1 or 2 attacks won't be able to hit him. Why don't we attack a few more at the same time? Upon hearing that, Qin Feichen's face changed drastically. He bellowed furiously, "Who dares to destroy the important place of the book deity's family?" Bang! 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 Dozens of beams of divine energy streaked across the horizon. Nobody knew where they came from, and nobody knew whose sense they belonged to, bombarded the remaining 9 Green Mountains like dense thunderbolt. In an instant, the 9 restrictive Green Mountains turned into ruins. Qin Feichen stared blankly at the shattered Green Mountains, his heart filled with hatred and anger. Especially when he discovered that all the deities of the heavens seemed to have gone blind. All 10 green mountains had been blasted to smithereens, and only the area of 10 feet in circumference where Jingang stood was intact. He was furious. Great. While the book deity was traveling, the deities secretly helped Suyu to destroy the book deity's treasury. However, Qin Feichen was powerless to stop them. He could only look on helplessly. The restrictive green mountains were broken, and the book deity's treasury hidden under the green mountains was finally revealed. It was a simple and unadorned bookshelf. On the bookshelf, there were about 1,000 books, both old and new, neatly arranged. However, each book was an independent world, and there were as many as billions of books hidden in it. In particular, there was a book named The Record of the 100 Deities. Recorded in it were the secrets of the deities of the heavens. Peeking into the book, Suyu could feel the impatience of the deities. All the deities were urging Suyu to destroy the book deity's treasury as soon as possible. With the vastness of the interior space of the book, the information about the deities collected was probably an astronomical figure. If the bookshelf could analyze information on its own, with such a huge amount of information, there was really no secret of the Great Eastern Alliance that the book deity's treasury couldn't deduce. I have to get rid of this thing. Suyu's eyes narrowed slightly. He urged the giant divine soldier to punch it. However, right at that moment, a horrifying will descended from the heavens. Stop it. The magnificent divine energy contained in the voice radiated across the entire world of the book deity. Suyu's face changed slightly. Was there a deity obstructing him? Upon closer inspection, the many deities who had attacked just now had all left. It was as if the appearance of this person had made them extremely fearful. The glaze fairy deity. Qin Feichen's anger was swept away, and his face was filled with ecstasy. Chapter 1164. Liu Li, isn't she the law enforcer who participated in the rescue of the Central Prefecture's king? Suyu's heart moved slightly. The missions of the 9 states really involved the level of gods. He just didn't know the exact relationship between the glaze fairy deity and the Central Prefecture's king. However, it was impossible for Suyu to stop at the last moment. The book deity's treasury was too dangerous. Once this matter was over and Qin Feichen found out about Suyu's secret, it would be a terrible disaster. Not to mention killing the law enforcer, the most terrible thing was that the divine 9-dragon cauldron had been discovered. Once the news spread, the deities of the Great Eastern Alliance would immediately become Suyu's enemies, including the Jing deity and the deities who had finally won the favor and support of Suyu. Therefore, the book deity's treasury had to be destroyed. He couldn't do it, but someone else could. Amidst the secret urging, Vaja disappeared leisurely. Before the glaze fairy deity's true body arrived, it flew to the bookshelf, sacrificed all the divine power in its god-source sphere, and bombarded the bookshelf. No matter how strong the bookshelf was, it was still an object. How could it withstand divine power? However, a shocking wisp of divine power that was wrapped in shocking murderous intent suddenly attacked. Almost in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the Vaja with the intention of destroying it. That killing intent, anger, and impatience were exceptionally clear. Suyu's heart sank. The glaze fairy deity was determined to protect the book deity's treasury. In that case, it would be extremely difficult to destroy the book deity's treasury. However, Suyu didn't doubt Sheng Yuanxin's words. If he acted rashly now, the glaze fairy deity would have enough reasons to kill him, just like how he was always looking for reasons to kill Qin Feichen. Just as the Vaja was about to fail, an extraterrestrial godly sword that exuded a great godly power that could penetrate the galaxy and the universe arrived later and cut off the glaze fairy deity's godly power. Bang! With a loud bang, another shocking explosion broke out near the Green Mountains. Apart from the prospective deity King Kong who was safe and sound, the vicinity of the 10 Green Mountains was razed to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the divine power condensed by King Kong penetrated the bookshelf. Numerous shattering sounds could be heard as books exploded one after another. The millions of years' worth of information collected inside were all buried. In the end, even the bookshelf was destroyed and split into 2. Seeing this, Qin Feichen's face stiffened, and his face turned ashen. The glaze fairy deity, who was on her way back, also descended into the book deity's cavern world at this moment. With a thought, she appeared in the book deity's family. Looking at the destruction of 1,000 books that contained all the knowledge, especially the record of 100 gods that revealed the secrets of the gods, the glaze fairy deity was furious. She pointed a finger at Vajra. This finger attack was meant to destroy Vajra's divine origin and soul together. The corners of Su Yu's mouth curled up into a faint smile. Jin Gang flickered to the side, but he didn't run away. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Ha ha ha. Anyway, I'm going to kill you deity's descendants today. Even if I die, it'll be worth it. However, brat, you've been chasing me for the longest time. Before I die, I'll take you down with me." As he spoke, Jin Gang pounced at Su Yu fiercely. But what happened next shocked everyone. Su Yu said indifferently, "You came at the right time. I'll die with you." He controlled the giant soldier god to lift its leg, and then King Kong rolled to the ground. Shortly after, Su Yu stamped his foot down. Vajra, dead. Su Yu moved the foot of the giant soldier god, and King Kong was reduced to a pile of meat paste. Only his soul was holding on to a mass of divine origin, and he was extremely weak. Su Yu shook his head and sighed. What a horrifying way of fighting. Perishing together is so powerful. He almost succeeded. Many of the surrounding creatures were in a state of confusion. Indeed, it was a horrifying way of fighting, burrowing under the feet of the enemy and waiting for death in silence. This was a scam. Qin Feichen was so angry that he vomited blood. Now that things had come to this, how could he not see that Jin Gang was under Su Yu's control? The glaze fairy deity's eyes turned cold as she glanced at Su Yu, surrounded by murderous intentions. However, she looked at the sky with some fear. Just now, a powerful deity had intervened at the last moment, giving Jin Gang the opportunity to destroy the book deity's treasury. Apart from the sword deity, there was no one else who could have such an overwhelming sword power. If she attacked Su Yu without any reason, the sword deity might take this opportunity to attack her. With a flicker of her eyes, the glaze fairy deity locked onto Jin Gang and tried to grab his soul. After searching Jin Gang's soul, she could find out from his memory whether he was being controlled by Su Yu. If this was true, then plotting to destroy and slaughter the book deity's family was a capital crime. Not even 100 deities could pardon him. However, Jin Gang suddenly smiled miserably. "I didn't expect that perishing together with you still couldn't do anything to you, Su Yu. Forget it. A man's words are kind when he is about to die. I have done many evil deeds in my life. Before I die, I will give you the celestial energy sphere. I hope you can help me find a kind person and give him the celestial energy sphere. I will carry my last wish and do good to others, so that my sins can be washed away." As he spoke, Jin Gang handed the celestial energy sphere to Su Yu. He sat down with his legs crossed and looked like he had been freed. "Goodbye, Su Yu, goodbye, beautiful world, I'm leaving." After saying that, with a puff, his soul was annihilated and turned into waves of aura, disappearing from the world. The glaze fairy deity grabbed nothing but air and was furious. This was killing to silence him. How could Su Yu not see such a huge flaw in this matter? As soon as he saw the glaze fairy deity's strange expression, Su Yu immediately ordered Jin Gang's soul to self-destruct. Looking at the dissipating aura of the soul, Su Yu sighed deeply. Although he had killed countless people in his life, he had an epiphany before his death. He was willing to use the celestial energy sphere to wash away his sins, which was really a great kindness. The onlookers were dumbfounded. "Are you insulting the intelligence of the people with such poor acting skills?" However, there was no evidence to prove that Jin Gang was controlled by Su Yu. Although they were dumbfounded, they didn't dare to make a presumptuous assertion. Because even the glaze fairy deity could only stare at Su Yu coldly and couldn't attack him recklessly. Qin Feichen was so angry that he turned to hatred. "Su Yu. The book deity's family has been established for thousands of generations, but today, it was destroyed by you. How are you going to compensate me?" As far as the eye could see, only less than 10% of the people of the book deity's family, especially the direct descendants of the bloodline, were left. It could be said that all of them had been killed. The resources of the book deity's family, including the training room and the storage room of the divine path, which were extremely important and couldn't be restored, were all destroyed. It could be said that the foundation of the book deity's family was destroyed. This generation might not be able to see it, but the next generation would have nothing. How could the book deity's family continue to thrive? Without the help of external forces, the family would inevitably decline from generation to generation. He didn't hate Suyu at first. He just wanted to capture or kill him, but now he hated Suyu to the core. However, he didn't think that he was innocent of trying to kill Suyu twice. Hearing that, Suyu's face turned cold. Nephew Feichin, I will let bygones be bygones because of your young age. However, if you dare to speak nonsense again, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 1165. Nephew Feichin, tell me, why did I control the giant? Suyu sneered. I came here to help the book deity's family expel the killers of the Netherworld faction. If I hadn't arrived here earlier, the book deity's family would have been wiped out. How could you keep these important places when you were gone? They would still be taken away by others. So, Nephew Feichin, you should know right from wrong. I, the feather deity, am the savior of the book deity's family. Without me, you wouldn't be where you are now. Instead, you blame me. I heard that the book deities in the past were all gentlemen who treated people with courtesy. I didn't expect that the current successor is an ungrateful and narrow-minded man. I think you should resign from the position of the young master and give it to someone else. Puff. In the dark, it was as if there was a god who almost laughed out loud. Qin Feichin was so angry that his face turned red. That killer was killed by you. Before he finished his words, the glaze fairy deity stopped him in time. Suyu squinted his eyes and said calmly, what did I do to that killer? Nephew Feichin, tell me. The glaze fairy deity stared at Qin Feichin and shouted, calm down, don't be fooled. Being stopped by her, Qin Feichin came back to his senses. When he saw the killing intent in Suyu's eyes, he was a bit surprised. That was close. If he said Jingang was ordered by Suyu without any evidence, he would be accused of slandering a deity. Although he wouldn't be sentenced to death, he would be taken away by the Senluo law enforcing envoys. Sheng Yuanxin was beside him. Once he was taken away, without the protection of the glaze fairy deity, who could predict whether another killer of the Netherworld faction would jump out and kill him on the way back? Thinking of this, Qin Feichin calmed down quickly. Suyu's actions were flawless and left traps everywhere. If he was careless, he would fall into a more dangerous situation. Staring at Suyu coldly, Qin Feichin, who had calmed down, said with a smile, Feather deity, thank you for killing the killers of the Netherworld faction and saving our lives. On behalf of the book deity's cavern world, I thank you sincerely. Looking at him who lowered his head and surrendered, Suyu wasn't happy at all. Instead, his killing intent became more intense. He could even suppress the enmity of nearly having his clan exterminated. His expression was calm. This person was extremely dangerous. It was a pity that the glaze fairy deity was around. Otherwise, she would have been able to get rid of Qin Feichin no matter what. Haha, I'm glad that Nephew Feichin has such thoughts. Suyu said with a faint smile. However, as you can see, in order to save the book deity's family from disaster, we have traveled a long way. I don't mind, but the rest of you need some replenishment. Hearing this, the crowd was secretly shocked. How ruthless. Not only did he exterminate 90% of his clansmen, but he still claimed to be his savior and asked for benefit. If it were them, they would absolutely not tolerate it even if they had to pierce through the heavens. All right. Qin Feichin smiled and took out a book from his space ring. I have nothing to repay you with. This book contains many martial arts. After a long time, it has developed its own spirituality. It knows the flaws of many cultivation techniques. I'll give this to you all as a token of my gratitude. Wang Yunxian was slightly startled as he transmitted his voice. Hey, psychic book, that's good stuff. Even the book deity's family only has 2 or 3 books. You are going to get something good this time. However, he found that Suyu's face was full of calmness and killing intent. The more Wang Yunxian endured, the more dangerous Suyu felt. The two purposes of this trip were to destroy the book deity's treasury and kill Qin Feichen. It seemed that the latter was a great hidden danger. This man must be eliminated. Su Yu put away the psychic book with a smile and said, "Nephew Feichen, you don't have to be so polite. As members of the Great Eastern Alliance, we should help each other. If the book deity's family is in trouble next time, please inform me, and I will come to your aid immediately." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. This devil was going to come again. "Thank you, Feather Deity," Qin Feichen said with a smile. Su Yu nodded and led the crowd to leave, leaving the book deity's family, which was almost destroyed. Looking at Su Yu's departing back, the smile on Qin Feichen's face turned into a gloomy expression only after Su Yu had left. His whole body trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but clench his teeth and clench his fists tightly. He knew this was Su Yu's revenge. What he didn't know was that Su Yu's revenge would be so fierce, vicious, and ruthless. If the Glaze Fairy deity hadn't been here today, he, the young master, would have been killed by Su Yu. He was somewhat regretful if he didn't kill the snake, he would be harmed instead. "Su Yu, I will tear you into pieces." Qin Feichen was full of hatred. The Glaze Fairy deity said, "Don't do it now. Tomorrow is the carnival of all gods. Many deities will participate in it. Remember not to be impulsive." Qin Feichen smiled deeply. "Of course I won't do it again. However, during the carnival of all gods, some deities will kill him for me and turn him into ashes." "You mean?" The Glaze Fairy deity said approvingly, "I am very pleased that you can calm down so quickly. However, as I said, act cautiously and don't expose yourself. Don't worry, this time I will kill him without a burial place," Qin Feichen said coldly. After leaving the book deity's cavern world, Sheng Yuanshan saw Su Yu didn't say a word along the way. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you afraid of the Glaze Fairy deity?" "Don't worry, your identity is different now. He won't dare to attack you casually." "Alas! How on earth can I get rid of Qin Feichen?" Su Yu sighed as he murmured to himself. Sheng Yuanshan stopped talking abruptly. She looked at Su Yu in surprise and thought to herself, why is he still thinking about the heir of the tree deity's family after he made them so miserable? This guy is so evil. Right, he is full of evil tricks. Wang Yunxian, who was standing aside, was so excited that his face was flushed. "Hehe, it is really exciting to follow you, Su Yu. You subdued the assassins of the Netherworld faction first. Then, you rushed to the tree deity's family and slaughtered almost all the members of the book deity's family. You even destroyed the book deity's treasury, a peerless divine artifact. Ha, 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 how satisfying. Especially Qin Feichen, he even had to thank you with a smile and give you a big gift to repay you. Ha, 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 I feel so happy just thinking of his face." Wang Yunxian said with a laugh, "What should we do next? Should we find his father, the book deity, and teach him a lesson?" To Wang Yunxuan's surprise, Su Yu, who was frowning, suddenly said with his eyes lit up, "Great idea." "What?" Sheng Yuanshan and Wang Yunxian were shocked at the same time. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Chapter 1166. Hey, little Su, I was just talking about it. I didn't dare to beat a deity. If my father found out that I beat a deity, he would beat me up," Wang Yunxian said angrily. Su Yu said with a cold smile, "I didn't just beat the book deity. I also wanted to erase them from this world forever. I hope Qin Feichen won't let me down." "Them? Isn't there only one book deity? Also, what does this have to do with Qin Feichen?" Sheng Yuanshan was full of questions. Since she met Su Yu, she always felt she couldn't keep up with his thoughts. Even Yang Tai couldn't figure out what Su Yu was thinking about with a wry smile. "Heh. It seems the carnival of all gods will be more interesting," Su Yu said with a mysterious smile. Sheng Yuanshan said angrily as she stamped her foot, "You always want to do something big. We haven't finished our business yet." "What?" Yang Tai and Wang Yunxuan's eyes lit up as they stared at them in surprise. Sheng Yuanshan said hurriedly, "Don't overthink it. He and I are dealing with a matter together." Then, she pulled Su Yu's sleeve and flew aside. She said seriously, "I searched the soul of the demonic god of withered bones. It was weird. His memory was erased by someone. I don't know whether he was ordered to go to Jojo or not. His memory was erased by force. Suyu squinted his eyes. His soul must have reached a high level in order to achieve this, right? Even though Suyu had cultivated the illusionary soul realm to the top, he didn't encounter the power of erasing memories. It's more than a high level. Only a deity of the soul path could achieve this. In other words, a deity of the soul path helped him. Sheng Yuanshan said, I know you suspect the glaze fairy deity helped him. However, she is not a deity of the soul path, and there is no deity of the soul path in the Great Eastern Alliance. Hearing that, Suyu squinted his eyes. Someone must have helped him, right? Who was it? Could it be a deity was hiding in the Great Eastern Alliance? My mother said that the more it was like this, the more it proved that Qin Kui's act of saving the devil race was no small matter. Why would the gods need to take action for an ordinary devil race? What do you know about the devil clan? Sheng Yuanshan frowned. Suyu thought for a moment, then said, Oh, I remember now. When he was being hunted by the Almighty, he seemed to have threatened that if anyone dared to kill him, his mother and father would not let him off. He also said that he was a combination of a human god and a demon god. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuanshan was taken aback. No wonder they went to such great lengths to rescue him. The human god hiding behind the scenes is most likely his father or mother. Narrowing down the scope, the god involved in this case must be a human god. This is such an important news. Why did you only tell me now? Sheng Yuanshan was a little angry. Suyu replied helplessly, I didn't think too much about it. In fact, it would be better for him to release the information bit by bit to gain control of Sheng Yuanshan. It would be useless to release everything at once. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm going to tell my mother, Zhong Xiao, about what you did today. Sheng Yuanshan was in a hurry to leave. She stomped her feet and left. Wang Yunxian and Yang Tai exchanged a glance and revealed a playful smile. They said goodbye to Suyu respectively. Gosh, little brat, I know you have more exciting things to do tomorrow, but I have to go back now. What a disappointment. Wang Yunxian said goodbye to Suyu. Yang Tai also said, Tomorrow is the carnival of all gods. As the inheritors, we have to go with the deities. So, we have to leave now. See you tomorrow. Suyu said as he folded his hands at them and saw them off. Looking at the enormous giant divine soldier, Suyu touched his chin and said, Listen to my order. Swish. A ghost appeared in front of Suyu and said, Yes, Your Excellency. Swish. Suyu threw him a list, which was filled with all kinds of precious materials. He then said, Ask the intelligence personnel to pay close attention to the materials on this list, such as metal ores and the like. If they are found, use the wealth we have in secret to buy them. As for those natural treasures, if they are mature, buy all of them. If not, buy their seeds and roots. Yes, Your Excellency. The ghost left with the list in his hand. The beautiful emerald eyes of the tree goddess rolled. It seems you are training a team in the dark. They are all ghosts, right? Right, they are the most suitable intelligence personnel. So, what do you want to say? Suyu asked as he turned around. The tree goddess's eyes lit up. Of course. Can I also participate in the carnival of all gods? Have you ever seen a person inviting a mouse into his rice tank? Suyu said calmly. The tree goddess pouted her red lips. How could you describe a lovely and charming goddess like me as a mouse? Exactly. I did make a mistake. How could I describe you as a mouse? I apologize to the many mouse seniors. I have humiliated your great mouse GE. The tree goddess stared at Suyu, and her emerald eyes were sizing him up. A malicious light flickered in her eyes as she said, I almost forgot. Why didn't I rob a rich man like you? Why did I even consider becoming your subordinate? Grinning, the tree goddess showed a fierce expression. Since you are not willing to give in and not willing to marry me, divorce me, and then happily divide the assets, I can only bear my terrifying fangs. This goddess announces that I am going to rob you now. Oh. You don't want to go to the carnival of all gods tomorrow? There are millions of years celestial energy spheres in it, which can help you recover your strength completely. Since you want to go our separate ways so soon, fine, I will give you some divine coins. Now, you can go your own way. Hey, what are you talking about? When did I say I want to go our separate ways? The tree goddess was slender and elegant. She had a beautiful and innocent look on her face as she blinked her bright and clear eyes. She was a completely different person from before. Who said he was going to bare his horrible fangs just now? It was a mouse. Then, who said he was going to rob me? It was a blind bee **** who should be struck by lightning. Boom. Boom. A few thunderbolts flashed in the clear sky. Our tree goddess's expression did not change. She stood there elegantly and gracefully. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Suyu sighed deeply as he flew to the crane deity's cavern world alone. The tree goddess caught up with him in an elegant and tranquil manner. She asked softly, "What is the god's sacrifice to the source of gods that you mentioned?" "Meow. Meow. Meow. Meow," the tree goddess said without hesitation. "Puppy. Woof. 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 You are the best among all the gods." Suyu sighed again. The Carnival of All Gods was held every 10 years to worship the fallen gods. The Great Eastern Alliance established itself in the starry sky. From nothing to today's glory, it was full of bitterness. How many gods died in the battle with the wild beasts? How many gods died in the invasion of the demon race? How many gods died in the conflict between the major races? The current Great Eastern Alliance was built on the sacrifice of the past gods, which made it such a bright and prosperous holy land. The dead gods were buried in the most central cavern world of the Great Eastern Alliance. That cavern world was where the gods were buried. It was the tomb of the gods. Out of respect for them, every 10 years, the gods of the Great Eastern Alliance would go there to worship. Although those gods died, many of them kept their celestial energy sphere intact. Every time they worshipped, their celestial energy sphere would be shaken, and all the cavern worlds would be blessed, making the Great Eastern Alliance more prosperous. Even if their souls were destroyed, their will still ran through the celestial energy sphere, and their hearts were connected to the Great Eastern Alliance. This ceremony was very grand, and all the gods in the Great Eastern Alliance must attend. The next morning, the Jing deity came to invite Suyu. Together, Suyu left the cavern world of the crane deity and went directly to the tomb of the gods. In the center of the cavern world, there were 100 stone pillars, which were also set up by 100 gods, representing 100 cavern worlds. Suyu flew to the stone pillar of the crane deity's family and looked around secretly. At present, 40 gods had come, and more than half of the gods had not come. There are less than half of the gods in the Great Eastern Alliance. If the demons attack with all their strength, the consequences will be unimaginable. Suyu thought while looking around secretly. The arrangement of the stone pillars was in order of the gods' ranking. The stone pillars of Suyu and the Jing deity were at the end. Among the top 9 gods, Suyu only knew the sword deity. The other 8 gods were quite strange to him. However, Sheng Yuanshan was standing beside a woman who was covered with grey divine light. Suyu knew this woman was the Sheng deity, who ranked 3rd among the 100 gods. Yang Tai was standing behind a god who was covered with divine coins. Suyu guessed this was the all-access deity who controlled 1/5 of the wealth of the Great Eastern Alliance. Among the top 20 gods, Suyu found Wang Yunxian was standing behind a pot-bellied god, who should be the instrument deity. At the same time, Suyu also found a familiar man standing behind a stone pillar of a god. Qin Feichen. When the gods were not here, the successors of the gods would worship on behalf of the gods. The book deity has a high position among the 100 gods, Suyu thought to himself. Suddenly, one of the top 20 gods looked at Suyu. Suyu looked at her and found it was the old woman who was standing beside the glaze fairy deity. She was about 70 or 80 years old. After glancing at Suyu calmly, she looked away as if nothing had happened. Law enforcer, glaze? Suyu said to himself. Swish. All of a sudden, divine light rippled in the sky. A touch of holy and gentle light enveloped people's hearts, making them feel warm and comfortable. From afar, it was a beautiful woman who was covered by a white divine light. Her body was emitting a holy and pure aura. After landing on the top stone pillar lightly, the woman turned around and bowed her head slightly to all the gods and their representatives. That kowtow fully displayed her demeanor. It was gentle, yet it didn't lose its dignity and solemnity. From her words and deeds, Suyu could tell this deity was a very benevolent one. Dakini. Suyu's eyes were filled with awe. The middle-aged woman in front of him was the top deity of the Great Eastern Alliance, Dakini. Although no one called her a deity, everyone knew that Dakini was the supreme deity of the Great Eastern Alliance. Some people called her the deity king secretly.